What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to episode 68 of the Silver and Gold. I'm Josh.
And I'm Mike.
And today we've got a very special episode because we're going to be talking about the Raiders firing Tom Telesco. That's always grounds for anything special is when, Raiders start cleaning house, right?
Yeah, every 2 years, baby.
Yeah,
Let's hope that's finally stopping.
So tell me, Mike, what are your immediate thoughts? Do you think that Tom Telesco really did a bad job as the Raiders GM? Or what kind of prompted his firing? And why didn't it happen at the same time as Antonio Pierce, do you think?
There's a lot in that. Your first question, do I think that he did a bad job? No. And I said on this podcast last week that, we just so happened to do our pod on Tuesday when usually we do it on Monday. Yep. And that was the day that Antonio Pierce was fired. And obviously, like you mentioned, Telesco was fired 2 days afterwards. I got on the pod that night after Antonio Pierce was fired. And I mentioned, they're keeping Tom Telesco, and that's the right move. Now they fire him 2 days later, and I don't think it's the wrong move. I think, it's easy for me to kind of just look at it optimistically and say, like, well, here's the reasons why it's right, Like, it could be wrong. It could be the wrong move. The one thing... Well, there's multiple things that make me say that they made the right decision. One, the person that I wasn't considering in this whole process, as far as firing Antonio Pierce and firing Tom Telesco, and then you have Tom Brady and Mark Davis and yada, yada, yada. The one guy that I hope is still in the building in 2-3 months from now, leading up to the draft, is Champ Kelly, the assistant general manager. The reason why I said that keeping Tom Telesco was the right decision is for continuity and having a general manager in place that has a firm grasp on the current roster, its strengths, its weaknesses, its needs, right? And its impending free agents. Who should we keep? Who should we allow to walk, right? What is the fair contract for these players? I think obviously Tom Telesco would have a good idea of that because he just got done spending a full year with this team. Well, so is Champ Kelly. So in a wishful thinking sort of sense, for all I know, they let him walk. For all I know, his contract is up. I have no idea as far as Champ Kelly goes. But in a wishful thinking sense, sort of like last year where he took over as the interim GM, which I would assume right now he's probably acting as the interim GM, signing players to future contracts right now, practice squad guys. He can be in the building and help whoever is hired as the new GM with personnel decisions, respective to the roster and especially impending free agents. And again, helping fill them in on, hey, these are our strengths, these are our weaknesses, when it comes to going over film on any given player, kind of giving the general consensus or whatnot from the building of, yeah, this is what we think of this guy, rather than a GM just coming in and kind of having this blank slate. It's like he has this guy there that can help him with that. I think that's good. Again, it's not a guarantee that he'll be here in a week from now or 2 or 3 or 4, but that's one reason why letting go of Tom Telesco makes sense. And then the other reason is the more exciting reason, which is in starting over completely with a clean slate, if you will, as far as getting rid of both the coach and the GM and having a completely new regime entirely take over.
Yeah.
What that allows for is for the coach and the GM both who get hired, sort of similar, which this isn't really saying much here. This doesn't grant much excitement for Raider fans, but it's sort of the same idea as Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler, in the sense that they both came in and they would work well together. That being said, apparently that didn't really go that way when it came to Josh McDaniels, but that's Josh McDaniels. And I think Dave Ziegler being a first-time GM, which there's a high likelihood whoever they hire is a first-time GM. But maybe, Ziegler was more of the second fiddle to Josh McDaniels, just like how Mike Mayock was to John Gruden, whereas hopefully, this is wishful thinking, but hopefully Mark Davis knows that now when it comes to personnel decisions, the GM needs to make that decision. And I think he had that right with Telesco. And that was part of the reason why I was perfectly fine with Telesco staying, is he should be running the show. He's the guy that's bringing in the talent. Let the coaches coach the talent, right? Let the coaches go out there and try to get the wins. Let the GM bring in the guys that can help us win, right? The coaches have to do the coaching, though. There's no reason for a coach to be doing personnel decisions. Having a little bit of a say and giving the GM an idea of, hey, this is what fits my scheme. Yes, that's great, but don't let the coach make the decision in the first round like John Gruden. That's just, I'm over that. It's ridiculous. They're not scouts. They are at best ex-players.
Yeah.
Let them do the scouting because that's what they're paid to do. That's what they have been working years and years and years to do, not coaches. And don't let a GM coach the team, right? It's the same precipice. So, point is, in firing Tom Telesco, it makes the Raiders a more
appealing.
Thank you. A more appealing destination for coaching candidates, namely Ben Johnson. I'm telling you, dude. The news. I'm assuming you saw in the group chat. Like, I didn't even send the link yet. I just sent in all caps, "Wow."
Yep.
And then the Raiders are letting go of Telesco. And then I sent like the tweet, and then like Tyler reacted, Lorenzo reacted, and my first response was, the Raiders are going for Ben Johnson. Why? Why do I say that? Okay. He had, I think, 4 interviews lined up. So you had the Patriots and the Raiders on Friday. I don't know if he declined the Jets or not, but he also had the Jaguars and the Bears on the following day. Can you ask me what the difference is between the Raiders and those other 3 teams?
What is the difference between the Raiders and those other 3 teams?
Let's name them again. The Patriots. Do the Patriots?
I don't think they fired their GM.
Okay, that's what I thought. Patriots still have their GM in place.
I think.
Bears.
Let me double check that.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but I don't remember them looking for a GM. But the Bears and
no, they still have their GM, because I think Vrabel is probably going to be the next head coach of the Patriots, and
yeah, he's already been hired.
They're asking whether or not he's going to push out. Like, there's articles asking, is he going to push out the current GM?
Yeah, and then the Bears and the Jags are kind of notoriously keeping their general managers. And there's been rumors on both of those guys as far as, well, Jags fans were flying planes with, messages saying, please, for the love of God, fire Trent Baalke.
Dude, thank God you brought that up, because any single time there's any team that is associated with Trent Baalke, there's inevitably a plane that flies over the stadium saying, somebody needs to be fired, or with like a message. I wonder if it's the same guy. I know it's not the same guy, but like just a couple years ago,
Trent Baalke hater.
All right, just a couple years ago, Trent Baalke was still the GM of the of the 49ers, and I want to say it was him and Chip Kelly, right? Unless Balky was already gone by then, but I think he was still technically there. And then that's when Jed York decided to clean house, if I'm remembering correctly. But Trent Baalke was the GM while there was a big sign, flown on an airplane on top of Levi Stadium that said, something about like firing, I know one of the signs said, this is the house that Harbaugh built, the house that Harbaugh built. And Harbaugh had already been like gone for like 2 years. So like the fans just upset. Let me see. 49ers, go on with your, with what you were saying about them firing Telesco while I find what exactly the banner said.
Yep. It's just that all the teams that Ben Johnson lined up interviews with, at least the rumor is that Ben Johnson would want a lot of say in whatever team he goes to. I think mostly in regards to who his general manager is. I could be wrong on this report, but I want to say there was a rumor that the Bears GM, I'm forgetting his name, was trying to sway the Bears brass away from Ben Johnson because he was worried that Ben Johnson would want to force him out if he were the GM. But there's also just the worry that, any given team that Ben Johnson goes to, if their GM is already in place and they're already a team that needs a new coach, chances are they're not a good team. So why wait to get a new GM? Like if he goes in there and he goes to the Jags and then in a year, Baalke's fired, it's like, why didn't we just get my guy last year instead of waiting, And then I can agree with, mostly he can agree with whoever he's working with rather than, walking in and all of a sudden it's like, oh, I don't really like this working relationship, Like that's the whole idea behind Mark Davis having Ziegler and Josh McDaniels. Again, like he didn't like the way that Gruden and Reggie McKenzie back in the day would not agree on things, and one of them would just kind of go rogue and do their thing. It's like, well, this isn't really how a football team should be ran, period. We need good working relationships. We need fluidity here, to create this continuity and success that we need, Do you have it?
So, yeah, I do have it. So this was, I guess, in 2015. So this was like before the Chip Kelly days, but like banners were being flown over Levi Stadium. I swear, I remember when I went to my first Niner game, which was Kaepernick's last game, which was in 2017. There was somebody flying a banner, over the stadium saying, the house that Harbaugh built, right? Or Harbaugh built, something along those lines. But this right here, if it might be a little bit blurry, but I can read it. It says Jed and 49ers should mutually part ways. So that was, essentially in defense of Harbaugh because the 49ers mutually parted ways, with Jim Harbaugh, but they kept Trent Baalke. So it's just kind of funny. And then here's the one that I'm referring to of like over the Jaguar Stadium, them flying Shad fire Baalke for Duval.
Yeah, they do not like Baalke, and I would imagine, having a GM who's not making good decisions does not make a head coaching candidate more inclined, to hire on with you guys, whereas if it's a clean slate, it's like, well, I can either help in bringing in the GM or give them at least a name of like, this is who I think I would work really well with, like the Raiders did with McDaniels back in the day. When they interviewed Ziegler, they asked every GM candidate, they asked, who is a coach that you would like see yourself working with, or that you would like us to look into working for, whatever. And he mentioned Josh McDaniels. They were like, he's available, you know? And then every coach that they interviewed, it was the same thing. Name a GM. And of course, the two lined up.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think as far as Raiders firing Tom Telesco, I'm not overly worried about it. Like, there are definitely negatives as well as positives. The positives being a lot of theoretical stuff. The negatives being, well, this is a guy who just had a seemingly great draft class for the Raiders, at least the first 3 rounds. Like, I'd say they got 3 bona fide starters on offense, for an offense that desperately needs that,
Yeah.
up and coming guys, namely a fucking all pro rookie, right? But also Jackson Powers Johnson and DJ Glaze played pretty damn great for rookies on the offensive line. And, that's a great couple of guys to have on the foundation of this team moving forward. Like, in theory, if Telesco is going to keep hitting on these best player available picks moving forward, like, I think most coaches can work with that, But, well, the grass is greener in the sense that any given day there might be a better candidate out there, but also it's very possible that they hire a guy that sucks and it's like, why did they fire him?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm more in the sense of, if this helps us land Ben Johnson, I don't care, dude. And I know that there are good GM candidates out there. So I'm not too worried about, Tom Telesco. I'm more worried about, can we get the right coach in here and get a general manager that can work well with him,
Mm-hmm. Here's what I think. So I had time to think about this today, and I think Ben Johnson is far and away the best offensive mind, one of the best offensive minds in the NFL right now. And he's
Certainly the best
clearly
that's
like,
available.
yeah, clearly the best that's available. I do like I like him. I don't know how he will fare as a head coach, but definitely he's a creative play caller and all this. I tend to think that since he is the most sought after candidate, I see him going to a place like Jacksonville. And I know that we just mentioned that they still have Trent Baalke, but the owner was literally sitting right next to Trent Baalke in a press conference, and the owner was asked, something along the lines of, if another head coaching candidate, could wanted a different GM, which direction would you go? And the owner gave an answer along the lines of, well, if they could convince me that that's a good idea, then that's a direction that I would go. Trent Baalke is sitting right there, dude. Like, I mean, they could keep Trent Baalke, but the reason why I think that Ben Johnson might choose a place like Jacksonville over over a place like Las Vegas is because the AFC South is much weaker than the NFC West. I mean the AFC West. Sorry. The AFC West, dude, I was literally thinking about it. It is so loaded, and I'm like, man, what? I mean, the Raiders, they have to be patient with this next regime, because who is going to come in and step in and be very successful against the tandem of Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, the tandem of Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert, the tandem of Sean Payton and Bo Nix? Because we didn't have high expectations of Sean Payton and Bo Nix going into this year. Sean Payton still has won a Super Bowl, and Bo Nix, I think, is looking a lot better than we originally anticipated that he would coming into the NFL. So, I mean, he's showing a lot of promise. So, whatever coach and general manager come in, the Raiders have to be patient. And that's why I think, like, if I'm Ben Johnson, I have to think about it this way. Would I rather coach is Gardner Minshew still under contract, or he's going to be a free agent? It was a 1-year deal.
He's still under contract, but he's likely to get cut.
Okay. Would I rather coach Aiden O'Connell and like a team that is not in prime position for, a rookie quarterback, or would I rather try and make things work with Trevor Lawrence and play teams like, the Titans, the Colts, and the Texans? I think in terms of job security, I feel a little bit more comfortable, being able to be successful, hold on to my job if I'm with. I mean, Trevor Lawrence hasn't lived up to the first round pick hype, the first overall pick hype. He just hasn't. But maybe with the right play caller, maybe there could be something there. And so I think if I had to be a betting person, I would predict that Ben Johnson is not going to go to Chicago because that's the same division that he was just coaching, and it's a tough division as well. He should go for Jacksonville. But I would not be shocked if he's the Raiders head coach, who I think the Raiders will land if this candidate is serious about, coming back into the fold. I think the Raiders could land Pete Carroll. You mentioned it last week.
Yeah.
And not that I think Pete Carroll is the best candidate available, but I think about it this way. In a division with Andy Reid, Sean Payton, and Jim Harbaugh, what more could just add chaos to that division every single year? It's Pete Carroll. I think Pete Carroll and Jim Harbaugh hate each other. Imagine if he wants to come back into the division and stick it to Harbaugh.
Yeah.
He was kind of like forced out by Seattle. I don't think that he really wanted to retire. And then he's still technically in the front office for the Seahawks, but I mean, could the Raiders do that? Pete Carroll's won a Super Bowl. And then all of a sudden you start to think, hey man, Jim Harbaugh is the only coach in that division who hasn't won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, we'll get more onto coaching candidates for the Raiders in a little bit, but I will say there was that report from Josina Anderson that really piqued my interest about part of the reason why the Raiders took maybe an extra day or so to fire Antonio Pierce, according to her, was because there are two candidates in particular that they have their eyes or had their eyes set on before even firing Antonio Pierce, and their availability and potential interest in the Raiders job was key on them going towards the, available coaching market. I wouldn't be shocked at all if those two guys were Ben Johnson and Pete Carroll.
I would not be shocked if those guys were Bill Belichick and Pete Carroll, because Tom Brady.
That would be. I think.
I mean, Tom Brady reached out to Belichick, to try and get him away from, UNC if he would be interested in coaching the Raiders. Didn't that report come out like the other day?
I think a lot of that was kind of suspecting. Let's see. Vincent. I'm pretty sure Vincent or Vinny Bonsignor tweeted about that. Or put out an article. Basically, Brady was looking towards Belichick to kind of get Jesus.
This is what I'm referring to. It's this is from CBSNews.com. So it's not necessarily CBS Sports, but maybe CBS Sports did an article on it. But it says Tom Brady wants Bill Belichick to coach the Raiders, but Belichick isn't interested in return to the NFL. Boston. All right. Tom Brady and Bill Belichick led the New England Patriots to 6 Super Bowls together, yada, yada, yada. Could they join up in Las Vegas? Belichick surprisingly took the head coaching job at the University of North Carolina in December. But Brady, now minority owner of the Raiders, has at least asked his former head coach about making a potential return to the NFL and reuniting with him in Las Vegas, according to NFL Network's Tom Telesco. So if Pelissero reported it, I think it's pretty credible.
Okay. Surprisingly, okay, but Brady now.
Oh, sorry. I thought we were done.
You're good. has at least asked his former head coach about making a potential return to the NFL. What the fuck? I doubt that, dude. That's so stupid. Why would he try to pull him from UNC? Like, what? You know how dumb that would make Belichick look to sign on, I'm assuming, to a mega deal to coach at North Carolina, his alma mater, bear in mind.
Yeah.
And
Well, they're not
like
they're not going to get Belichick.
Right, but like why would Brady try? That's just dumb. And actually, there's a report from somebody, I'm not sure who it was. I want to say it was, yeah, it's I was going to get into it in the next topic, but from Vic Tafer and Tashawn Reed from The Athletic, that's actually saying that Mark Davis doesn't want to go the Patriot way route. That was why they never even talked or sought out Mike Vrabel. They never requested an interview from Vrabel because they don't want to go down the Patriot way. They don't want to do that again. So why would they go after Bill Belichick? I don't understand that.
I'm just, I pulled up, this is from NFL.com, and this is from, NFL insider Tom Telesco. UNC head coach Bill Belichick has heard from multiple teams, including Raiders minority owner Tom Brady, to gauge interest in return to the NFL. So I don't know if we want to really go through the entire article right now, but it's pretty self-explanatory. Brady just reached out, to see if he would be interested.
The way that I kind of read that was Brady reached out for that fucking annoys me. It's so fucking stupid. Okay. Not on you. Just God, why would I've been
sorry, Mike. I told Tom Brady to do it. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh fuck! I've just for the longest time I've been saying, why the fuck? If we went after Bill Belichick, that would be the most tone deaf move of fucking Mark Davis's career. Jesus. Anyways, the Raiders fired Tom Telesco. That's all we have for that. You know what? I've sent some tweets to the Silver and Gold. Let's pull those up, and then we'll move on to the next topic.
Mm-hmm.
That fired me up.
Mike really wants the Patriot way right back into the Raiders locker room, as you can tell. Which one should I start with? Ian Rappaport, Diana Rossini. Okay.
And I would say just do that one for now. Well, and then the Kyle Linderbaum or Lindenman. Fuck. From what I was told, Telesco was fired mostly because ownership seems to prefer having the general manager and head coach more connected, like a cohesive partnership, rather than something that feels more arranged or forced. Brady has lots of influence in Las Vegas. Just a point to why Telesco was fired. And then can you pull up the Kyle Lindenman tweet that I sent?
Yep.
This is more of just a thought here than saying this is for sure what the Raiders are doing, but a lot of NFL teams are starting to find out that in order to attract the best head coach candidates, many of them want to bring in their own GM as well. In a league where job security is scarce, or scarce, however you say it, synergy matters. That's a big thing. I mean, look at the Raiders past how many head coaches. They keep getting fired because there is no job security if you don't win, right? So if it's like these head coaches and GMs get hired knowing that if I don't perform, I'm going to get fired. So wouldn't they want a say in setting themselves up for the best likelihood for success? That just makes sense to me. So if Ben Johnson is turned off by the Raiders or the Jags or the Bears or whoever because of who their GM is, that makes sense. Whereas now the only team with both a head coach and GM opening, I want to say, is the Raiders. Because the Titans kept their head coach, but not their GM, right? There might be one other team that doesn't have a GM. That I want to say this year is like really low on like teams looking for GMs. I know the Titans, like I said, the Titans are looking for one. I don't think maybe the Jets, maybe. I don't know. But
The Jets should be because they fired Joe Douglas, right?
Okay, so then the Jets are, yeah. So there you go. I mean, I think that's only 3 teams right now that are looking for GMs. Okay, yeah, let's move on to the next topic.
Okay. Real quick before we move on to the next topic, I see Joel here in the chat. Joel says, "What up, Joel? Welcome back." He says, "We're going to see real quick if the Tom Brady effect is real." Yeah, which I mean is a perfect segue. It's a perfect segue into our next topic. We're going to be talking about the Raiders' ownership impact. Mike, this was a topic that you really wanted to to add to the show, so I'm going to let you kind of spearhead this and tell us what you mean when you're talking about Raiders' ownership impact.
There was a really, really interesting article put out by Vic Tafur and Deshaun Reed yesterday. And I read the whole thing, and I'm basically just going to read it here because not the whole thing, because that would be kind of messed up, I think. But shout out to the Athletic, shout out to Vic Tafur and Deshaun Reed. Okay, the article's title, or whatever you want to call it, is Tom Brady's influence ? Timeline ? What we're hearing about the Raiders coach and GM search. I'm going to skip a little bit past the first 2 paragraphs. We're going to start on Mark Davis. Okay. While Davis is, for the most part, hands-off when it comes to making football operations decisions, he doesn't get a pass for doing a terrible job of hiring the people who are making them. Davis hasn't shied away from shouldering that blame, and he's now dramatically revamping his approach. That began by altering the ownership structure. Last year, Davis sold 25.5% of the franchise. Silver Lake co-CEO and Endeavor board chairman Egon Durbin and Discovery Land Company founder and chairman Michael Meldman each acquired the largest stakes at 7.5% each. But their influence is on the business side. The same goes for co-founder of Nighthead Capital Management, Tom Wagner, who purchased 5%. When it comes to Brady, the legendary quarterback, who also purchased 5%, and Hall of Fame defensive lineman Richard Seymour, who purchased 0.5%, the focus is on football. Brady, in particular, has already displayed a heavy influence. This is from, again, Deshaun Reed and Vic Tafur. Brady reached out to North Carolina head coach Bill Belichick. Although Belichick communicated that he had no plans to leave his current position, the call may only have been to get advice. A tone was set. Brady traveled to Las Vegas last week and met with Davis, among others, before the Raiders fired Telesco on Thursday. Telesco's firing came as a surprise, I think, to those outside of the building. But after consulting with Brady and others, Davis decided that the best path forward for Las Vegas was to start with a clean slate. Davis has not spoken to the media since the firings, and when he does, the guess is that he will downplay the role of Brady, who by all accounts wants to resume his broadcasting career with Fox. He would need to convince the NFL that he is only in an advisory role with the Raiders as opposed to running the team, which several league sources are convinced he is doing. I don't think he's running the team, but I think it's clearly a group effort here, right? But he's
not going to be running the team for 5% stake in the Raiders. There's no way.
I mean, in theory, because he has a stake, it's like, well, he can just take command, like Carson Wentz with the Commanders back in the day.
He can't take command, though. Mark Davis owns most of the Raiders.
Right, but Mark Davis
he's the
could
head
say,
honcho.
hey, man, he is, and he always will be, but Mark Davis could theoretically say, hey, Tom, just let me know what to do. Just tell me what to do, man.
Yeah.
But because it's just an advisory role, and because I think in the verbiage of his agreement with Fox and the NFL and how much he can do for the Raiders as a part owner relative to being, a Fox game day announcer. He can't be running the team essentially. So he has to be in an advisory role. And I think whether he's got a lot of say or not, at the end of the day, he's only advising essentially.
God, dude,
He's
I
got to
just
play
have to
smart
say
there.
this. I have to say this. It's on my mind. The Raiders really are they're the dark side, dude. Like the stadium that they built in Vegas like has been referred to as like the Death Star, right? Like it doesn't look like the actual Death Star, you know? And it's also been compared to a Roomba, but let me just say like my Star Wars reference here. Mark Davis right now strikes me as Palpatine, and Tom Brady right now is Darth Vader. How long is that?
Yeah.
How long is that duo going to last, Mike? Before Mark Davis electrocutes him?
Or Tom Brady determines that, Luke Skywalker being the franchise, and their baby, and Tom Brady determines, no, Mark Davis is making the wrong moves for this team, and I'm going to save it, and he has to overthrow Mark Davis. I don't know, but
No, I don't know why. Like,
yeah.
I just thought about like, just hearing you talk about like, the dynamic of like, Brady having, power, and I'm just thinking about like Mark Davis still is like, I guess the emperor. I don't know. Go back to your topic. Ignore my stupidity right now.
Well, there's one more paragraph that I wanted to read as far as right now, but I want to get to that in a second. I want to go back to just a few things. One, we actually went over the Bill Belichick thing, and the way that Tafer and Sean Reed worded it is more of like, it's pretty obvious he had no intent to leave North Carolina. Like, I think any smart, wise person, which I think Tom Brady is very much a smart and wise person, would have to go into that conversation going, yeah, he's not going to leave North Carolina. So at the very least, get advice. Cool, right? I'd love to get more on that, but I think there's no point. Like, clearly, again, that fired me up because it's just, oh my, why the fuck would he leave North Carolina? Anyways, the most
I
interesting
bet
part
you it's like a hey, I know you're at North Carolina right now, but I mean, how does
but
coaching the Raiders sound?
yeah, and it could
Like
have been, yeah,
not
it could have been sarcastic.
hey, how interesting does it sound to coach the Raiders?
Yeah, yeah. What was interesting to me was that we had heard dating back to mid last season that Mark Davis had sold stakes in the Raiders, right? We knew that, but I had never heard, maybe because I never dug deep or anything, but I had never heard who those people were that purchased those stakes. Or what, well, I knew of Brady and Richard Seymour, of course, but the other guys, the big money ones, right? The 7.5 percenters, and one of the guys getting 5%. But those guys being on the business side of things is intriguing in the sense of, I don't know, like, I just always imagined if I purchased a stake in a franchise, it's like buying one of the best stocks in the world. Like, you just know that you're going to make money off of it someday. Like, if you can afford it, it's like essentially putting money in a savings account, and it's going to just grow and grow and grow, because someday you could sell that stake in the team, and the way that the NFL has grown, it's going to be worth more. Like, the Raiders have to be very, very bad and make very bad decisions left and right to go down in value. But the
Or
fact that they're,
the NFL as a whole. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like what
yes,
could happen could be out of the control of like each team's individual owner, and it could be like, let's just say they pass a law where they ban tackle football across the United States, which won't happen. There's too much money involved, so they're not going to do it. But let's just say they ban tackle football because all the brain trauma, this and that, and then it has to be flag football, and then all of a sudden the the viewership starts to decline. People just start to decide to watch other sports because I mean we've seen like right now baseball used to be like it was America's pastime, and right now like it's not what it was. Baseball has been declining. The NBA right now is declining. So it's not uncommon for sports leagues to, be really hot and then, drop off. But, go on with your point.
Yeah, but football is king, and football might be part of the reason why those other sports are doing worse. But it's just interesting to me that it's labeled as their influence will be on the business side. Like my theory all along was, well, Mark Davis is selling steaks for a reason. It's not just, well, let's just sell steaks. There's got to be a reason for it, right? The main reason that I thought or assumed was he's selling steaks to recuperate money. Everybody's theory is that, oh, Mark Davis is poor. For an NFL owner, Mark Davis is piss poor, right? Whatever. I've never fully believed that. Like I believe, yes, on average, he's probably got less to his name than most owners because most owners can purchase a team for billions of dollars, and I don't think he has that. But as far as being able to, run a team, he's perfectly fine financially, right? I think where my head goes with all of that is hiring coaches and being able to pay coaches, right? He's been able to do that. He's been able to do that with John Gruden and Josh McDaniels. But with the theory that he's still paying those guys to this day. And now Antonio Pierce, another guy who, at least for a year, he's probably paying, right? My theory was he was selling steaks to recuperate that and be able to still pay top dollar for another coach and not have an issue with that, right? And that's very well possible. I never considered that whoever they're bringing in, these guys, Egon Durbin, Michael Meldman, and Tom Wagner, I never considered that they could actually put in money too. I don't know. There's all the logistics and whatnot of running a team. I have no idea. Like the NFL media does a great job of covering GMs, coaches, players. They do not really go into detail on like how ownership of a franchise is run, financially, again, the logistics and whatnot. So I'm just kind of blind to that. But it's interesting that they labeled it as, they are on the business side of things. And then, of course, you also bring in these other two co-owners, Brady and Richard Seymour, to help on a more football-focused side of things. Just really interesting to me. Mm-hmm. So I guess point being, I just wonder if, to my old theory of Mark Davis sold steaks to get more money for himself because he's the one selling the steaks, if this is for hiring the next big coach or making the next big move, whatever it is, for the franchise.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of that big coach, Luis is in the chat checking us out. He says, "What's up, fellas? Do we get Ben Johnson, or do you think Pete Carroll would be the better option?" So Mike and I were just talking about it, just a couple of minutes ago, and personally, I think that Ben Johnson is a better fit. I think maybe for the Raiders because they're looking to. I mean, they have to compete offensively with, teams like the Chiefs, the Chargers, and the Broncos. Those teams right now have their quarterback figured out and their head coach figured out. I think if you have Ben Johnson, it's easier to figure out the offense and the identity than it is. Pete Carroll is more of a defensive-minded head coach, right, Mike?
Pete Carroll?
Yeah.
I want to say he's an offensive guy.
Is he an offensive guy?
I want to say so. Like I know his his rivalry with Harbaugh, goes all the way back to USC versus Stanford.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to say he's an offensive guy.
Let me figure that out real quick. The only reason why I'm interested in like the Pete Carroll sort of story is that like, I mean, right now the AFC West has historically good coaches. You know, why not add another historically good coach into the fold who's already won a Super Bowl? Like that would just be even more chaos. And like, I mean, I'm not a fan of the Raiders. You know, I don't hate the Raiders, but like, I mean, to me, when something seems a little bit more interesting, no, Pete Carroll, Mike, is a defensive guy. He was a defensive coordinator for the Niners in the '90s, defensive coordinator with the Jets in the early '90s, and then defensive backs coach with the Vikings in the '80s. He was also DB coach with Bills, and he's always been defensive coordinator and like secondary, you know.
Yeah, that just makes me want him less.
Yeah,
and bear in mind, like
That's
now, I think he would be my second choice, but it's just a long way down from Ben Johnson for me, man. Like Ben Johnson has been my guy dating back to last year. Like last year, we had no shot at him, but it was like if I could have Ben Johnson over anybody, yes, anybody, I would have done it last year. And now I'm only doubling down on that. Like it, the opportunity to potentially get Ben Johnson is what is currently exciting me this offseason. If we choose Pete Carroll over Ben Johnson, like I better get an explanation. And the explanation better be Ben Johnson was not interested. That better be what it is, because if the Raiders hire anybody other than Ben Johnson and it was like, yeah, there's reporting literally right now. There's reporting that Ben Johnson is actually impressed, or like what came away really yada 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 with Tom Brady and blah 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 because he already virtually met with the team. If he's interested in this position and they go with somebody else, oh man, yeah, I
mean, that would be interesting. I just think like if you want to counteract the advantage, I know Pete Carroll has a lot of experience, you know, in terms of, you know, his career highlights and awards. He's a Super Bowl champion. He is, you know, he was a national champion in 2004, four-time Rose Bowl champion in college, 2003, and then 2006, 2007, 2008, seven-time Pac-10 champion. And, you know, most importantly, better than all those accolades, he was the Home Depot Coach of the Year. You know, he won the Home Depot Coach of the Year award in 2003. So, you know, Home Depot trumps Super Bowl victory. No, but in all seriousness, though, in a division stacked with coaching experience, Ben Johnson not ever being a head coach in the NFL does kind of like, you don't know if it's going to work. Like Shane Steichen was also a great offensive mind in Philadelphia. Right now, I mean, how long is he going to be able to hold on to the job with the Colts? Like and I'm not even going to lie. I like Ben Johnson, but I also second question. I'm like, all right, how much is it? How, like, is he going to be able to continue to be good without as many you know, great weapons? Because right now in Detroit, they have a great offensive line. They've got a coach that, you know, has the team bought in. They've got a general manager who just has been building depth and has great weapons. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, Jameson Williams, Sam Laporta, you know, even Tim Patrick is pretty good, you know? And I mean, I think the biggest thing is that Jared Goff's career looked like it was dead in the water before he teamed up with Ben Johnson. And I think that's probably the most appealing part of Ben Johnson, is that like he can maximize the players that he has, because even a coach like Sean McVay wasn't able to get a whole lot out of Jared Goff. You know, he was at first until he wasn't. You know, I don't know how he couldn't have made it work, with Jared Goff, but somehow Ben Johnson does. And I think it has to do with Dan Campbell also, getting Goff to believe in himself because, he was serious. I guess he was serious about Jared Goff being the long-term guy because he was. We all assumed that Detroit was going to be in the market for drafting a quarterback and moving on from Jared Goff. And then, look what happened. Where was Ben Johnson an offensive coordinator before? Let's take a look at that. Ben Johnson career.
He was with the Dolphins. I don't know if he was a coordinator.
Okay. I'm going to pull that up right now. Okay, so he started his coaching career in 2009 and 2010 as a graduate assistant at Boston College and then became the tight ends coach in 2011. Then afterwards, he was an offensive assistant for Miami in 2012 and then became the assistant quarterbacks coach. So at least, all right, this is why Ben Johnson is appealing for the Raiders. He has the quarterback background. And then like I mentioned with the whole Jared Goff playing well thing, the Raiders right now need to find a quarterback. That is mission number one, or I guess like the main goal. They have to find a quarterback. Otherwise, they're not going to be a serious team. They're not going to be able to compete with Patrick Mahomes. They're not going to be able to compete with Justin Herbert. And then, you can compete with Bo Nix. You can find a quarterback who can compete with him. It's just him with a good play caller and Sean Payton. That's really the issue. So then he went back to being a tight ends coach, for Miami in 2015. Then 2016 and 17, assistant wide receivers coach. So, he's really experienced across the board, in terms of offensive coach. He's been damn near every single coach on the offense except for running backs coach and offensive line coach. But in 2018, he got moved to wide receivers coach. To 2019 is when he joined the Detroit Lions as an offensive quality control coach. And then 2020 and 2021 was the tight ends coach. And then 2021, he was also passing game coordinator. And then starting in 2022, which is when the Lions were really good, or I guess like starting their upward trajectory really is he was an offensive coordinator. That was Dan Campbell's second year. And then, since Dan Campbell's second year up until now, which has been the best of Dan Campbell's career. That was so like Ben barely missed the playoffs.
Ben Johnson has been an offensive coordinator for how
long? He has been an offensive coordinator since 2021. 2022. Sorry. So three seasons.
Search up Kevin O'Connell's career.
Okay.
The guy who I think should be the coach of the year, although it very well could be Dan Campbell. And honestly, the Vikings losing the playoffs this week doesn't help O'Connell's case. But I think the way that O'Connell was able to do with, the situation that he had really impressed me.
Kevin O'Connell has been an offensive coordinator since 2019, and he was the passing game coordinator and quarterbacks coach in Washington in 2018.
Every year after 2019, he was offensive coordinator?
Yeah, so Kevin O'Connell's career really started with the Browns, at least in the NFL. Started with the Browns in 2015 as the quarterbacks coach. Then, 49ers in 2016, it just says special projects. I don't know. Is he coloring books or something? What does that mean? Washington Redskins, 2017, quarterbacks coach. And then 2018, he was still quarterbacks coach and then passing game coordinator. After that, offensive coordinator in Washington, 2019. And then with the Rams, offensive coordinator, 2020, 2021. Minnesota Vikings, 2022 to the present as the head coach, obviously.
So how many years total as offensive coordinator?
So let's see. 2019, 20, 21, 22. Well, would you count the years
not
as
the Vikings?
No, not the Vikings. Okay. So 19, 20, 21. 3
3
years.
There you go. That's all it takes.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm looking for. I want the next Kevin O'Connell, and his name is Ben Johnson. And I think Ben Johnson is even more creative as a play caller. He's more innovative.
Yeah,
And
I
he
would
has
agree.
the number one offense. He has the number one offense for a reason. And it's not just because they're talented. It's because he schemes the shit out of his game plans.
Mm-hmm.
It's impressive.
No, I agree. Ben Johnson is more creative, I'd say, than anybody right now in the Shanahan coaching tree. Like Ben Johnson he doesn't seem married to a scheme. You know,
Right.
maybe it's just my interpretation. Maybe it's, his is like technically West Coast offense, like, but I see him just take advantage of every single player on the field as a weapon. It doesn't even matter if you're an offensive lineman, they'll run trick plays. They'll do whatever it takes to win.
I will say the one thing about Ben Johnson and his Lions tenure that's like, all right, like if they hire Ben Johnson, the first thing they need to do is make sure that their offensive line is good. Like I think this draft class is not quarterback heavy, Maybe they get lucky and they find a good veteran in free agency that can work year one for Ben Johnson. But I think like job number one for the offense under Ben Johnson is to get the offensive line as best as it can be, because that's what the Lions have. That's got to be job number one if it's Ben Johnson. I mean, really, if it's anybody, it's like focus on the trenches, right?
Yep.
But that's how you're going to get the offense to play nearly, if not, or as good as the Lions offense is if you get the offensive line to work, right? And they have, like I said earlier, they have good players on the line. They got Jackson Powers-Johnson, DJ Glaze. They already have Colton Miller. I'm not really sure what to think about Andre James anymore, but I don't think it would take that much change, to get it right. You said something earlier. I don't know what the context was, but you said something about the Raiders coach, like what they should do with the Raiders coach. And basically, damn it, I wish I just said something in the moment, but maybe it was in regards to Ben Johnson or Pete Carroll, but I don't think it was that. But point being, like you said it best way earlier when we were talking about Telesco, whoever they hire, head coach, GM, the Raiders need to be patient. I think what you were talking about was relative to the AFC West.
Yes, because, all right, here's the thing. Right now, the Chiefs are ready to win now. The Chargers are ready to win now. The Raiders are far from, the Chargers will be ready to win now. They weren't ready to win now this year. Obviously, they got bounced in the first round, and we'll talk about it. But
Broncos too.
Yeah, the Chargers are going to be set up in the next couple of years to win. And I know it's like, well, what? Are the Raiders going to build this for 10 years? Is it going to take a whole decade to get this together? No, it's not going to take a whole decade, but they can't just do 2 years and done with whoever it is that they hire. Yeah. Whoever it is, I mean, God, this is what it was supposed to be with Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler. They were supposed to give them enough time to do their, I guess see the vision through with them. But Josh McDaniels was so fucking bad that they couldn't keep him. And Raider fans were so damn unhappy. I don't think you would get that out of Ben Johnson because all right, I've been saying this for like 10 years now. Man, the Patriots are so boring to watch. You can't be bad and boring to watch. If Johnson is going to be the head coach of the Raiders, I doubt that offense is going to be boring.
Yeah. And I think my point to like agreeing with you as far as they need to be patient with their next head coach, hopefully Ben Johnson, that can also be a big selling point for whoever you hire is like, hey, like we want this next regime to be the regime. Go ahead.
Well, all right. You don't want to just say, hey, you'll come in here, we'll give you time. Like you want instant results. You always want instant results. The NFL is a win now league because the minute that it starts slow is the minute the fans start complaining and putting pressure on Mark Davis to do something about it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that, yes, you want to invite them and let them know that you're going to let them, carry out their vision. But if you let people walk over you, they will walk over you, and like, I guess what you don't want is, I guess, I don't know.
I guess my point is just it didn't just happen immediately with the Lions. Like I remember Dan Campbell's Lions starting like 0-11 with Jared Goff. Like it was like, what are they thinking? This was never going to work. Everybody was shit canning them, and people were making fun of Dan Campbell because he said he was going to bite kneecaps and all this shit. And I was sitting there like, I fucking love this guy. And I hope that they succeed. And I remember them, again, being like 0-11, 0-13 or something, finally winning a game, and they had like tears in their fucking eyes. And, all that shit. Like, I wouldn't necessarily tell a guy like, hey, if you want to take this job or however you want to sell it, I don't know how the fuck to sell it, but, we are willing to be patient. We're not going to fire you after 2 years if it's like not working. Like, we'll give you, let's say Ben Johnson's ask is 5 years, fully guaranteed, 10 million per year, whatever the fuck it is, right? Let's just say it's 5 years though. If I'm Mark Davis and Tom Brady and whoever else, I would agree that we are going to give him his full 5 years. We are done with this 2 years and fire somebody, 2 years and fire somebody, and just continuously cutting off regimes and getting no continuity, rebuild, no continuity, rebuild, fire, cut, everything. I'm done with that. Sell him on that. We are done with that.
Okay.
You want a 5-year deal? You want a 6-year deal? We're going to give that to you, and we're not going to fire you halfway or 2 years into that because you're not winning. We know that it takes time. It takes time to succeed, and we know that we don't have a quarterback right now. Build the roster how you want to build the roster with your GM.
Mm-hmm. I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you're going to sell it that way, just have high tell Ben Johnson, we're going to be patient with you. We're going to let you, carry out whatever process it is. But we expect the Raiders a couple years from now. The expectation is that we're going to be the best team in the AFC West.
Yeah, we expect
the best team. Yeah, we expect to get back on track and recapture the glory days. We're going to be patient. We really want to do this the right way from the top down, but the expectation is the Las Vegas Raiders are going to start going to the playoffs every single year. They're going to start winning football games, and we need your help to get this back on track.
Yep.
Or we would like
you the guy.
We would like you to be the leader to get this back on track.
Yep. Yeah, I think all of that put together makes sense to me. Like you have to set the expectation. Hey, by the time your contract is done, we better be in a Super Bowl window. We better be knocking at that door, if not winning a Super Bowl by the time your contract's up. Because when your contract's up, that's when we're going to theoretically be judging whether or not to keep you around. So, but, these coaches, I think a lot of them try and have to succeed immediately, or at least not fail miserably immediately, because they're going to get fired if they do. And I think this next person needs to kind of be assured, like, yeah, don't go out there and suck complete dick, but if you fail initially, we'll give you a little bit of leeway of like, well, he's building something here. Just show us progress one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
Get us back on track.
Mm-hmm.
And
Before we
okay,
move,
I mean,
oh,
as
go
I
ahead.
mean, sorry. As far as the comment, like from everything I was reading the other day, it feels like Ben Johnson is sort of the number one guy right now. I actually sent you a tweet from Ian Rappaport if you want to pull that up. But I think Pete Carroll would be a perfectly fine, you know, uh, uh, hiring for the Raiders. It's just the dude. He would be the oldest head coach in the league.
Yeah, he's
Like
73.
that
Real
just doesn't
quick,
make sense to me.
dude, the chat is popping. I want to give a shout out to everybody in the chat. We will get to your comments in just a second. The chat's popping off right now. I love it. Here's the Ian Rappaport tweet.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to open it,
It is open. Is it not?
no, I mean not like click it,
Oh, this? The NFL.com?
yeah, we could kind of
Sorry.
quickly go through it.
I thought you meant the tweet. My bad. My bad.
Well, I know. Sorry.
Okay. Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson emerges as a name to watch in the Raiders' search for head coach. This is from Ian Rappaport.
Click the link, please. Can we do that?
Oh, sorry. I did click the link.
Okay.
I just didn't share that page. I was reading off of this.
Let's just try to quickly go through this. This was after the Friday interview.
Okay.
Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson is a coveted candidate during another head coaching cycle with 4 interviews this past week and plenty of opportunities after Detroit finishes its postseason. And while the coaching world can invite all sorts of craziness, sources say there's one particular team to keep an eye on for Johnson, the Raiders. The Raiders. He has quickly emerged as the candidate to watch for Las Vegas in a search that prominently includes limited partner Tom Brady. They are willing to wait as long as it takes to secure their potential future head coach. Jed Hughes of the firm Korn Ferry is assisting with that search. This is something I was going to talk about here after all these comments and whatnot. Can you scroll down just a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Go up just a little bit. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. Go to Las Vegas is said to be enamored with Johnson. Like, put that at the top. All right. Johnson spoke to the Raiders virtually on Friday, and he's also had a blah, blah, blah. Many around the league wondered if he would interview with the Raiders, considering the recent disarray. They cleaned house again this past week, firing head coach Antonio Pierce, yada, yada, Tom Telesco. With the roster not at competition level and in desperate need of a quarterback, Las Vegas is a build, not a fixer-upper. Continue down, please. And yet, thanks in part to the involvement of Brady, who sources say personally vouched for Johnson and implored him to take the interview through his agent, Johnson spoke with them, the Raiders. Essentially, Brady recruited Johnson to interview with the Raiders. And based on Johnson's work on the field as one of the NFL's top coordinators, plus his experience alongside Dan Campbell helping building the Lions from the ground up into the number 1 seed in the NFC playoffs, Johnson is considered to be an ideal match. Johnson is said to have kept an open mind and is still weighing which options he likes and which he would take given the opportunity. He likely will have other options as well. One of them we'll see possibly being the Cowboys. Asked about head coaching jobs during the season, Johnson said generally, there's a burning desire in every man to find what he's made out of, push the limits and see if he's got what it takes. So yeah, there's a fire there. Now, when the time is, I don't know when that'll be, but there's certainly a fire there. The Raiders loom as a fascinating one, again, in part because of Brady, became a limited partner this past October. He has been quietly researching coaching candidates for some time, speaking with his old coach, Bill Belichick, per Telesco, and using his time pregame on the field to pick the brains of some of the game's best. For instance, Brady called the Lions-Packers game in Week 9 for Fox, which featured 2 of Las Vegas's candidates, Johnson and Aaron Glenn from the Lions. Raiders owner Mark Davis, speaking at the conclusion of the December league meeting in Irvine, Texas, was effusive about how he views Brady's role. Obviously, I talk to him all the time, and his input is greatly valued and will always be valued. We'll see as time goes on how his role evolves in here. I want Tom to have a huge voice. It's part of building the infrastructure of the organization, which is something that we didn't have. Football person on that side of it, not a coach or a general manager, but somebody who can oversee the whole picture. I believe Tom, in time, will be the person who can do that. That time appears to be now. In fact, Brady was influential in the decision to fire Pierce and Telesco, seeking alignment from him to the GM to the coach. Yada yada. Ben Johnson. Yeah, so that's just very interesting, and it sounds like I wouldn't necessarily say that because of the interview, Ben Johnson is suddenly intrigued by the Raiders, but that's certainly the way that Rappaport was making it out to be, right?
Yeah.
And that fires me up. If Brady is the reason why we can potentially get Ben Johnson, I mean, based off that report, he is the reason why we even got an interview, right?
Yep.
And so now if he comes away from that and he's like, actually, that went really well, like, man, a year ago that couldn't have happened. So we'll see where it goes. Again, I think Pete Carroll is a very real candidate, and I believe today he had an in-person interview. The Raiders can't have an in-person interview with Ben Johnson until the Lions lose in the playoffs. And that goes for any other team or a candidate from any team that's still in the playoffs, like Todd Monken with the Ravens. So with that being said, I don't know if there's anything else or if you wanted to get on the comments right now.
Yeah, let me get through the comments. So my cousin Daniel says, he says, not to mention still paying for his girlfriend, Hayden Hopkins. I'm assuming this is about Mark Davis.
Yeah. At least I don't know what his girlfriend's name would be, but that's my assumption.
Luis says, Pete Carroll has a Super Bowl and 2 natties, I think, national championships.
Yeah. He brings a great pedigree. If he is the guy, like, the way that I would feel about Pete Carroll is he's the type of guy that can build the program. He can set the foundation, and I'd be perfectly cool with that. It's just I still think I would value Ben Johnson over him because of his offensive game planning, and if he starts winning, in doing so, he would set the foundation.
Luis also says, I know the nation wants Sanders or Ward, but I really like the kid from Ohio State. Your guys' opinion on Howard, you think Ben Johnson can work with him? What do you think, Mike? I haven't really watched Ohio State much. Like, you know, I don't really watch college football that much, but like when it gets closer to draft season, I'll see a little bit more highlights and combine stuff from players, so I'll be able to give a little bit of a better opinion. But you, Mike?
I saw. Well, okay. As far as I think his name's Will Howard. I don't know. I don't even know if he's draft eligible. If he's going to the draft this year, maybe Louise could say so or not. But I just don't know anything about the Ohio State quarterback. I hadn't heard any real rumblings on him as far as this year's draft. I know a lot of people are talking about like, oh, Oregon's quarterback. He seems like a poor man's Johnny Manziel. The guy that personally, like of everybody in this draft class, the guy that I think would work best, not just with Ben Johnson, but I think with the Raiders, as far as not only his talent, but also his likely draft cost, is Jackson Dart from Ole Miss. That's kind of my favorite guy right now, as of today in this draft class, but that could be ever changing. Like for the longest time, it was Cam Ward. For a little bit this season, it was Shadur. Now it's Jackson Dart. That's not me saying that he's QB1 in this draft class, but that's me saying I think at the right price in this draft, he would make the most sense to me for the Raiders. And I think envisioning him with Ben Johnson, it works really, really well for me. I can't really answer though as far as Will Howard right now. Maybe down the line in a couple weeks.
The number says Ben Johnson, hopefully the new Raiders head coach. I know that's what Mike is hoping for. And you know, I agree. Ben Johnson is the best candidate. You know, I'd say my only question has to be experience, but I think Ben Johnson is a candidate that you take a flyer on.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I like him.
I think I'm sorry not to cut off these comments. Just another aspect to like earlier with being patient with the coaches. Like again, I like the idea of Pete Carroll because he can set that foundation. He does a great job of like building the culture and creating that the foundation, but also the whatever the term is, just building the camaraderie for the team,
The
and
cohesion.
Yeah, and setting what it is to be this team on this team, what it's like, like he's good at team building. I'd be fine with that. It's just you can't really be patient with a 74-year-old head coach, And my opinion has always been like the guys who usually come in as a first-time head coach, which obviously would be Pete Carroll, but come in as a first-time head coach and succeed with given a year or two are ex-offensive coordinators, young offensive-minded guys, and that's Ben Johnson. Like I just want, I think for the Raiders to succeed in this AFC West, this current AFC West viewpoint of you got two guys who have won Super Bowls and Jim Harbaugh who has won everywhere else possible and been to Super Bowls, or at least one Super Bowl, a Super Bowl, yeah. But he's championship level coach, right?
Yep.
And all of these guys are sort of on the older side of things. I think the best way to counter those division opponents is probably to go in a different direction, a more young direction, in my opinion. But Pete Carroll could fall in line with those other three coaches, and it might work for them. It's just they would immediately have the oldest coach in the division. It's like
what the AFC West right now is it's a massive game of civ, and like right now the Raiders coaching position is, I mean, you're going against like masterminds, right? Guys who know how to build. And then right now you're being handed a controller halfway through the game and you have to figure it out because whoever was playing before you did not set up a good foundation for the rest of the game. So you're either going to have to find another way to win with like, I don't know what football way would translate, but I just wanted to throw in a civ little reference there. Hit Stick Stepper says, we need to sign Dre Greenlaw in free agency. He liked that type shit. Yeah, no, I love Dre Greenlaw. We're going to have to see. My only concerns with Dre Greenlaw is, all right, so he came back this year and played fantastic in the first game back, and the defense looked a whole lot different. When Dre Greenlaw was there, he's not only a great player on the field, but like he's an emotional leader and leads by example and is always a high energy player. I've compared him to like, he's like the Draymond Green of the 49ers. But, the thing is, the 49ers are going to have to budget for whatever they're going to pay Brock Purdy, because at this point right now, I don't think that they are going to just let Brock go. Because they already have so many needs right now on the team. They have the need at offensive line. They have a need at defensive line. They might need to get another cornerback who can fill in. They're going to need another safety because they might lose Hufanga, and then Jair Brown regressed. Like, this team needs work, so I don't think that they can get around not paying Purdy. So will they be able to afford to sign Dre Greenlaw? That is going to be a massive question mark. And if they do sign him, will he be able to stay healthy? Because, like I said, he looked great in the first game that he came back, but I heard reports that he could hardly walk after that. The year before, even before he tore his Achilles, he was dealing with Achilles tendonitis towards the end of the season. So that's obviously not good. That's what McCaffrey had this year, bilateral Achilles tendonitis. And then obviously his injury ended up being like a PCL injury, but I've heard that, I mean, it could be in relation to it. Like maybe McCaffrey was running different, favoring another side, favoring other body parts. Like you just don't know. And then Dre Greenlaw the next week did not last the entire game. And then I think the 49ers just pretty much shut him down for the whole rest of the year. Is Dre Greenlaw going to be the same Greenlaw that we've gotten in the past? The first game would have told me yes, but I definitely have concerns about him not being able to finish the season. And I also kind of feel like he was rushed back a little bit. Maybe with an entire offseason, he'll be able to get his footing a little bit more, and we'll be able to have a little bit more rehab time and be able to truly get right. But it's going to be a massive risk. So the 49ers have to figure out where he's at health-wise before they, write a massive contract.
Yeah, or any team in free agency.
Yep.
Man, I mean, if Hitstick Stepper is a Raider fan, and he's referring to the Raiders here, I would agree with you in the sense, he is like that, and he's like you said, he's like the dream on for the Niners. Like, he's a tone setter, and I think that's the type of guy the Raiders need, especially in the middle of the field. Like, I love Rob Spillane, and I think, man, if Dre Greenlaw can be healthy, Spillane and Greenlaw is a linebacker combo behind Crosby and Christian Wilkins and hopefully Malcolm Kuntz. And then maybe they draft a corner and you got Jacorian Ben on the other side, and you still technically have number 18 under contract. I'm forgetting his name. Don't know why. Pick 6
is it
against Chiefs.
Jack Jones?
Jack Jones. Thank you. Hopefully they re-sign Merrick and pull him out. Like, man, like, that's a pretty fun defense, in theory, if you get the right corner to go with Jacorian Bennett and Jack Jones. You also have a need at slot, so it's either you keep Hobbs or you sign a guy like Asante Samuel Jr. But again, like, getting that tone setter, that could be huge for this defense, and then, of course, if you have the right coach calling plays for the offense, maybe they actually can get something done. Because, I mean, even yeah, that's a whole other thing.
Yes.
Yeah, it'd be huge. I'd like that.
Question, like a follow-up question for this comment in particular. Are you saying this in the mindset of a 49er fan or the mindset of a Raider fan? Because I didn't even realize you could be talking about the Raiders signing Greenlaw or,
yeah. All I know
maybe
is I
re-signing
believe that's
for the Niners.
It's a Stockton Ports logo he's got on his account, so he could be a fan of either team. He could just be an old Bay Area Raider fan, or he's a Niner fan. Mm-hmm. Maybe we'll see in the comments.
Bebop Jones says, "Go Niners!" Absolutely, go Niners. Brady has the Raiders going in a better direction.
Wow. That's how it feels, man. That's how it feels.
That's Raider Nation 510 tuning in says, offense is not the problem. Trade for Joe Milton III. We will be all right.
Dude, I wanted to talk about Joe Milton last week, and I just completely forgot. Like, there's all these options in the draft. These teams, like, okay, the Cowboys played Trey Lance, I want to say, week 18. Like, these teams throwing out their third-string quarterback in the final week of the season is so smart, in part because it gives you a chance to see, like, hey, what does this guy do against NFL opponents? But also, for the QB-needy teams, like, they can go out and say, you know what? The Patriots, I want to say they gave up, at worst, a 6th, but I want to say he was a 7th-round pick, Joe Milton, out of Tennessee. The Raiders, or whoever, could be like, you know what? We'll give you a 4th or 5th round pick. We'll give you a future 4th for Joe Milton. I'm fine with giving up a future 4th. I'd prefer a 5th, but, from what we saw of Joe Milton on week 18, dude, he looks good.
Didn't we talk about Joe Milton in like the draft process last year about how the Raiders could get, didn't Joe Milton, was he Tennessee or Texas?
Tennessee.
He was the Tennessee quarterback, and then he also played, for Michigan, right?
I'm not sure. Maybe he transferred from Michigan.
Let me see.
I don't think it really matters. It's just that he had a cannon for an arm, but he was sort of raw. That was the idea.
Yeah, from 2018 to 2020, Joe Milton was, at Michigan. And then, obviously he went to Tennessee, but I don't know why they didn't draft Joe Milton.
I
I don't
think
get it.
my thing would be, I don't know why they didn't draft any quarterback,
He
And I
was
think,
he
okay,
was practically free. He was practically
yeah,
free. A 7th round pick. He's
yeah. I
practically
mean,
free. And the Raiders
Dylan
said,
Lobby,
"Nah, we're good."
Dylan Lobby got 1 carry this regular season. You could have picked Joe Milton instead of Dylan Lobby. We'd be looking much better, to say the least, right now. But that's hindsight 2020, which, what can you do? But that's actually, we're already past the topic, and unfortunately we can't put this back on the topic, but that would be the main reason why, to me, other than we're looking for cohesion with the new head coach and yada, 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 and Tom Brady, all that, the main reason I would fire Tom Telesco is because, dude, what were you thinking at quarterback this year? Like, you gave your coaching staff no chance, and we talked about that as far as Antonio Pierce being fired. It was like, it does suck for him because he really got a short straw as far as the quarterback position goes. That is in part on Telesco, and he never drafted a quarterback last year when it was clear that they needed to.
Mm-hmm. Mark and Nancy says, "Why do you think he was called Coupon Tom?"
Yeah, and he never.
I have heard that, I think, before. I think Tyler might have mentioned it or something like that, right?
Our Charger fan friend Tyler probably mentioned it. No, and the dude never makes trades in the draft. So, I mean, as far as, say, this year, with our even more desperate need for a quarterback, do you really want to go into the draft with the GM who is just notorious for not making trades, especially trading up? It's either trading up or trading down. I want to say he's never traded down, oddly. That could be another guy, but regardless, he doesn't make trades. Is the perfect quarterback going to fall to us at 6? Highly doubtful this year.
Yeah.
So it's just, that's more reason Telesco. It's just, no. Yes, Joe Milton, though, dude, if we could trade for him, that'd be awesome.
Mm-hmm. Raider Nation 510 with the first hot take of the day in the comments. Norv Turner offense greater than the Ben Johnson offense. I'd say if you don't like a running game and you don't particularly like touchdowns, I'm thinking this comment has to be sarcastic. There's no way.
Josh, can you take me off the screen for a second?
Okay. Yeah, man. I just don't I don't see I mean, yeah, it's got to be sarcastic. Mike's back.
That's my reaction, dude. No.
Oh man.
No.
Bebop Jones
offense,
says,
offense.
"What draft pick do the Raiders have? Niners are at number 11." And then Sacramento Athletics of Las Vegas. I love that name, by the way. That's just great. Raiders are 6. Yeah, they have the 6th pick, right?
Yes.
Bebop Jones says Norv Turner is the GOAT. I mean, there's a lot of love for Norv Turner tonight. Maybe he might be the head coach. How would you feel, Mike, if you found out, the Raiders got their top guy, Norv Turner. It was him all along. This is the guy who's going to be the future of the Raiders.
I'm trying to determine, is this all sarcastic?
No, this one definitely is. I need a confirmation from Raider Nation 510,
Yeah.
It's got to be, right? I'm so
assume
sorry if if that's your honest opinion, and I don't want to diminish. I disagree respectfully.
Yeah. I will say this as far as a response. This is part of the reason why I was just baffled when Antonio Pierce was asked, like, do you foresee any changes, or do you see any incoming changes to the or to the staff, to your staff, at his postseason press conference. And he was like, just kind of shrugged it off, like, no, not really. I was like, are you sure you want to just run it back with the same staff? Really? Like, I know it's not the guy that we started the year with. Yes, Scott and Norv Turner were far superior than
The Luke Getsy.
Luke Getsy. Thank you. I keep forgetting his name. It's crazy.
Mike has wiped Luke Getsy's name from his memory, from his vocabulary. He just knows, man, you know what? There was a plague. There was a plague at the beginning of the year. The plague was called Luke Getsy, Mike.
Yeah.
You better remember, okay?
I'd prefer to not. But the Turners were far better than that. I will give them that. And you can argue because the offensive talent is lacking, like so lacking, that they actually did pretty good. But it doesn't matter to me. You need something new, and you need some guys who can come in and implement something, better. I think there's better out there.
Mm-hmm. Hit Stick Stepper says, Tom Brady is closer. I think he's going to help change the culture and make us a perennial playoff team in the very near future. That type shit.
Yeah,
I have to say, ending your comments with that type shit just leaves a whole different energy. Like, yeah, that's pretty clean. I like it.
I'm telling you, when they announced that they were bringing Tom Brady on for a minority owner stake with the Raiders, a lot of Raider fans were pissed off. A lot of Raider fans were like, oh, seriously, Brady, the Tuck Rule guy, like that annoying dude that has been terrorizing us for the past 20 years, yada yada. Like, I was like, are you guys actually so hardened to hating Tom Brady, which I did for a long time? Anytime he played on Sunday, I was rooting for him to lose, for sure, or Thursday or Monday. It did not, unless they're facing somebody I really want to lose more, like say the Chiefs or something, I'm rooting for Tom Brady to lose. It was like that. That being said, when that guy touches a football, good things usually happen. What changed me with Tom Brady, my perspective with him, was what he did with the Buccaneers. The fact that he went to the Buccaneers and immediately won a championship, I was like, yeah, that dude is for sure the GOAT. He's going to be the GOAT for a long time. And I only wish that I could have a guy like that in the Raiders organization. And then the opportunity came, in part because he started working with Mark Davis with the Las Vegas Aces. And I was like, hold on. And then the first year that he was part owner of the Las Vegas Aces, what did they do? They won the fucking championship.
Yep.
And that's not what I'm expecting this year with the Raiders, but what I expect is Tom Brady to have a great impact on this franchise. And I expected it from day one when everybody else, not everybody, but a lot of other Raider fans were complaining and bitching and moaning. Watch.
I think you bring up a good point. I think if the Raiders were to transfer from the NFL to the WNBA, they'd probably win a championship. So
they do have some good basketball players.
Raider Nation 510 says build from within the organization. I think you have. Yeah. I mean, they cleared house. There's not much to build with left.
Yeah, at this point, that's completely negated. No offense, just if you're not going to keep AP, there's no point in trying to build from within. And also, if you really want to build from within, you need to be a top-end franchise to do so successfully, and they are not that. At least they haven't been that. Hopefully they're becoming that, right? Like I said, with say hiring Pete Carroll, Pete Carroll can build this masterclass, winning foundation and not formula, but damn, there's a term. There's a fucking term. The Patriots, the Patriot way, we can have the next way. We can have the Raider way under a Pete Carroll. And then maybe he hires this offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator that's just the next coming of Pete Carroll or whatever. And he's his up and coming guy. And he's kind of the chosen guy to be his successor. And you keep building from within, then yes. But right now it's coming off of continuous 2-year stretches of rebuilding, fired, rebuilding, fired, rebuilding, scandal. Get him out of here. Blackballed from the NFL, Gruden. Rebuild, fired. How are you going to rebuild from within the organization? You have to keep getting guys from outside the organization because the organization sucks. Scott and North Turner, they are not that guy. I promise.
You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy.
No offense. Like the one guy that I was all in on last year was Patrick Graham. So he would have been the guy that I would say, well, build from within, keep him. Because to Raider Nation 510's point, I want continuity. I said it last week. I was big on it. I want continuity and I want consistency. How do you do that? You keep guys around. You build the program. I think that's the term I was looking for, was program. And you keep that going. You have that maybe it's not program, but it's not formula. Damn, there's a term. But having that foundation and keeping it consistent with keeping guys around, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for. It's just the guys that they currently have in the organization, they're not going to build a winning foundation out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm. That Raider fan says Pete Carroll will be 74 in September. So,
yeah.
I mean, at this rate, he could be president.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just, to me, I'm looking for a long-term solution for the Raiders, which is why Pete Carroll kind of feels like the one guy that I'm like, and Belichick. Those would be the two guys I'm just like, well, that doesn't make sense because they're not long-term solutions. Maybe they are solutions, but not long-term. You know, having Brady as a part owner, that feels like a long-term solution, but that's because he's literally almost half as young as 74 years old.
Yeah.
So
Bebop Jones says hire Gronk as head coach. And
I think Bebop established earlier that he's a Niner fan, so
yeah,
I will laugh that one off. Now,
yeah. Sacramento Athletics says I think Gronk might not make the best head coach.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he would not even make the best announcer. It might be funny, but like, yeah. But I love Gronk. That being said, like, he'd be funny.
Ken Dorsey just got fired. Was good for a minute.
Did he go somewhere after Buffalo? I think that's where he was last at, right?
Let me see. Ken Dorsey.
This very well could still be sarcasm.
Okay. Ken Dorsey is the Browns' offensive coordinator.
And so currently?
Well, 2024 is what it said. So I don't know if his contract, if he's still under contract with the team or if he's, fair game.
Right. I would assume he's still with them, but unless he did get fired, he might have got fired.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Browns.
Is he the one? Is he the one who would be in the office, like throwing
slamming shit?
Yeah, slamming stuff.
Yeah, the littlest inconvenience on the Bills. Like they would win like 14 games a year, and then one of those 2 games that they would lose, he'd be slamming shit when they like don't convert a 4th down with their fucking perennial All-Pro quarterback.
That's actually that's hilarious. I don't know. I couldn't
imagine seeing a head coach on the sideline, like they barely lose a game, just fucking that's it.
Well, Harbaugh used to like, throw his tantrums and throw his headset and like I loved it, honestly. I loved that he cared that much, but like, Ken Dorsey is like by himself in a coaching office. Like,
well, that's the worst part is he's not even by himself. There's a dude sitting next to him like, oh, dude, hey, Ben or Ken. Chill.
Yeah. Raider Nation 510 does not like Ben Johnson. Lions will lose their next game. Lions offense can get one-dimensional. I think they have more dimensions of their offense than any other team in the NFL. Like,
yeah, they have like, okay, the reason why I liked Joe Brady from the Bills is because I think they have the number 2 passing offense and the number 2 rushing offense. I don't think this is correct, but I wouldn't be shocked if the Lions have the number 1 passing and number 1 rushing offense. They probably definitely, that's tough. The Ravens probably have the number 1 rushing offense because Lamar and
Derrick Henry.
And then the Bengals probably have the number one passing offense because of Burrow and Chase. But like, it wouldn't
is it the
shock me.
Ravens? Is it the Ravens that have the number one rushing offense, or is it the Eagles?
It could be the Eagles. That would make sense too.
Saquon
It's one
rushed
of the
for
two.
2,000.
Yeah, it's one of the two for sure. So point being, I wouldn't be shocked if the Lions are top 5 in both passing and rushing, because Jared Goff was like top 5 in passing yards, and then you had Gibbs, and for the most part, David Montgomery just tearing it up this season. Like, I don't really, I'm not quite understanding the one-dimensional. Like, I can understand, like, in certain struggles, they might get one where it feels like, wow, they're just running it up the gut again. Really? Like, I'm sure that happens. But they had so many options that I don't know. I don't necessarily agree.
Mm-hmm. Bebop Jones says Goff can get kicked off his cadence, and also says R.I.P. Greg Roman. LOL. Yeah, that was not a good showing from the Chargers offense. We will talk about that when we recap the wild card round. Raider Nation 510 says Pete Carroll's press man coverage defense. Yeah, no, that's what I would be interested in. That's like his signature.
Yep. Yeah, that Legion of Boom, man. I remember. I mean, that was the hot commodity after the Seahawks started winning Super Bowls. Was like, who's going to create the next Seahawks defense? Like, teams tried and tried. Like, it would be nice to have that. But the NFL has certainly probably adapted a bit since then, which is why I like Ben Johnson, because he's leading the number one offense in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And I know defense wins championships, but offense kind of gets you there, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Raider Nation also says Cam Ward, Joe Milton III, and Jalen Milroe.
Yeah, I would say of those three guys, Joe Milton's probably my favorite guy right now, in large part because I've actually seen him do pretty good in the pros, whereas the other two are rookies coming into the NFL draft. Cam Ward, we'll see. If he falls to 6, man, I'm probably there for it.
If he falls to 6, I think you have to take a flyer on him. Because what
likely.
other options are the Raiders going to have at quarterback? And if Cam Ward doesn't work out, then guess what? The Raiders are probably not good next year and can draft another quarterback. And then, maybe, I mean, they won't be bringing Gardner Minshew back. Aiden O'Connell is going to be on the way out unless they want to extend him. His contract is going to be like, kind of nearing. You probably want to have at least 3 quarterbacks anyway.
Yeah, I think in a perfect world, you cut Minshew, you sign a guy in free agency, and you draft a guy at some point in this draft. Maybe part of the reason why I'm kind of like hesitant on Cam Ward, other than expecting him to go before 6, is because I'm starting to really like the players that are probably going to be there at 6 overall, that are not quarterbacks, and I would just
forget the players, Mike. You need a quarterback. If Cam Ward falls there, you take Cam Ward. Okay.
Right. But if the scouts determine this guy's not a top 6 pick, like probably a month ago, I was saying it doesn't matter. Pick the quarterback. You have to keep taking shots at it. I think part of the reason why I'm hesitant is because of Jackson Dart or a guy like Jalen Milroe, where it's like, well, why force it at 6 if you don't think they're worth the pick, if you can still get a guy a round or 2 later at quarterback? Like, it's the same premise of, we're getting a quarterback in the draft. Yeah, Cam Ward has the most talent of the 3, but like, if you think Jackson Dart is more pro ready and you can get him 2 rounds later, that's a no-brainer to me. And by the way, I might get an all-pro player at 6th overall to help my team win faster. That's kind of my thought process. And again, if this quarterback class is so bad, as they're saying, why would I put all my chips the 6th overall pick, into one of those not so good quarterbacks or not worthy of the 6th overall pick quarterback when I can just pick a guy in the 3rd round, see what he has at some point in the season, and then next year pick another quarterback. And maybe at that point we're ready to like put all the chips in 1st round, trade up if we have to type shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that type shit, like Hit Stick Stepper says.
Yeah.
Sacramento Athletics of Las Vegas says Will Howard will be in the 2025 draft. Think he is ranked 11 or 12 in quarterbacks in the 2025 draft. Like a 6th or 7th rounder will most likely get it done if he's drafted.
I like the sound of that. Like, I think especially 2025 draft, like that'd be O'Connell's 4th year. So like it'd be good to get ahead of O'Connell becoming a free agent and having a guy, to develop as your backup quarterback. Like, again, it's a good idea to draft quarterbacks, whether it's the 1st round or the 2nd round or the 7th or 6th round. Like, draft quarterbacks, try to develop them, see what you have. At worst, you have a practice squad guy. At best, you have a guy that's either your franchise quarterback or a guy that you could trade for picks, like the Patriots probably can with Joe Milton.
I can tell you this. At the end of the day, I'm 99.9% confident the Raiders are going to be drafting a quarterback at some point in this draft. I don't think they're going to do what they did last season and just ignore the position. Yeah. If Tom Brady does have pull in, does have a lot of influence, I think Tom Brady is going to find a guy that he likes out of the college, players. And maybe he might just be a quarterback for 1 year and it doesn't work out. And then they decide to go really big on a guy like Arch Manning in the following season or in the following draft. But
yeah. And if next year's draft class is that much stronger, they'll have way more better chances at swinging and hitting the theoretical ball.
Yeah. Raider Nation 510 says Joe Milton III will be a star.
I can see it, dude. He played really well.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes for him. Deshaun Watson's burner account says, I need a massage. Oh, sorry. 13 seconds says, I need a massage. Yeah. Raider Nation says, Pete Carroll can develop quarterbacks too. Geno Smith, Drew Lock, etc. I wouldn't necessarily say that Drew Lock has been developed,
Yeah, especially because he came from a different team. Wait, where did Drew Lock? He started with the Broncos. The Broncos. I was thinking, okay. I would probably put my chips more on Russell Wilson than those other guys, but Geno Smith, yeah. He actually finally succeeded with the Seahawks, which was impressive.
Russell Wilson and Geno Smith are the examples, I think, to take from Pete Carroll's development of quarterbacks. But, I mean, you can – I guess you can attribute it to that. So,
yep.
Vance Joseph can be a crazy good hire, says Raider Nation.
We'll get to coaching canvas in a little bit.
Greenlaw and Diablo would be fire.
I like Diablo. I wouldn't be shocked if they let him walk in free agency this year. We'll see. I would expect Spillane to be the guy that they kind of prioritize at linebacker. But, man, Greenlaw and Spillane. I mean, you want to talk about run defense, dude. Oh, my gosh.
Sacramento Athletics asking what Raider Nation likes about Vance Joseph since, he has an 11-21 record as a head coach. Dylan Lobby had 1 carry and 1 fumble and 0 yards.
That might have been why he only got 1 carry. I don't know. That was just weird to me. It's like when a season is so clearly just gone and wasted, why not get him on the field a little bit more? Like, they kept digging in the well for other guys. Like, was he just not picking up the playbook maybe? I don't know, but they never gave him another shot, dude.
I don't know. His highlight from this season, unironically, was him dancing at practice.
Yeah.
That was the best thing that he did all season.
And it was great, but
yeah. I think he beat Brock Bowers on that one, right?
I don't know if he went up against Bowers, but there was a video of Bowers too. He's just a total that like it was a white guy dance. That was
I vouched for Joe Milton III all of last year. Gotten Hondo Carpenter's DMs.
I wish you tried harder, dude. I wish you could have got in like Antonio Pierce's DMs. It would have been great.
Hitstick Stepper says, in regards to Greenlaw signing in free agency, I'm definitely a Raider fan or fam. So,
well, welcome aboard, man.
So I'm sorry that I like kind of gave like the Niner perspective of it in my answer. Greenlaw would absolutely be a good signing if he can stay healthy.
Yeah, again, at the bare minimum, he's a fucking tone setter. He's a great linebacker, but also he's a tone setter for the defense.
Bebop Jones says, Brock was Mr. Irrelevant. You can get a quarterback at any point.
Yep.
Yes and no. Brock Purdy is an outlier. Brock Purdy is not like other late round quarterbacks. Like Brock Purdy and Tom Brady are two of the most notable late round quarterbacks, at least that we can currently think of right now.
Yeah, and depending on how it goes, Joe Milton. If I want to say it was a 7th round pick. Like I'd say to Bebop's point, they can be found anywhere. Do we expect Joe Milton to be a starter starting next season and a Pro Bowler or whatever? Like, no, but he can start clearly, I think, at least in the sense of if needed, and he can play pretty well. It seems like he has talent. So, quarterbacks are out there. It's like if you can, especially if you're in the need to, take swings.
Yeah. Honest. That Raiders fan says Jay Gruden for coach and Mel Kiper Jr. for general manager.
I feel like that's basically just like a reversed mirror of John Gruden and Mike Mayock.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's great. That's funny. We've gone a long way, man.
Jones,
Jesus.
Yeah, it says his offense was unmatched. New league is different than the old days. Sacramento Athletics says, I'm positive a 7-year-old with 2.5 hours of Madden experience could manage a game better than Antonio Pierce.
You're not wrong, man. I think you probably are onto something. Oh my God, there were games, dude. It's just like, what are we doing?
That's fucked.
That's
messed up, man.
The best part is that it's a picture of John
Fisher.
John Fisher. Oh my God.
It was basically the fans and players who forced Mark to hire AP, the right way to do business.
Yeah, it certainly felt like that. But I mean, Mark Davis was hyping up this big hiring committee involving, Richard Seymour and the president, Sandra Douglas, not Joe Biden, and others, I'd like to think that they still did a full shake on things, but man, if I could pull up a list of the coaching candidates that they brought in, I'm really curious who they talked to, other than Antonio Pierce. We don't have to do that, but my guess would be that it wasn't that serious of a list. Yeah.
My guy last year, if you haven't been watching the show for very long, my guy last offseason was Jim Harbaugh. And I was like, you cannot let him go to the Chargers. And, here we are now. They didn't listen to me. They didn't tune in to the Silver and Gold podcast for Josh to tell them, you want this guy. So hopefully they tune in this year to listen to Mike, tell them Ben Johnson is the guy. And honestly, everybody's talking about it. Everybody's talking about Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson's the guy this year. And Raider Nation says, y'all forgetting Norv Turner's Dallas Cowboys and San Diego Charger days. I am forgetting it. So, I apologize. When Luke Getsy got fired, we looked at all the coaches and we talked about who was going to take over play calling. And I think it was Norv Turner and Scott Turner just immediately, like, we were like, yep, that's going to be the offensive coach.
Well,
Just
what
from
it popped out
experience
to
and
me,
familiarity.
that Scott Turner was already the pass game coordinator. So it was like, all right, they have him on the roster or the coaching staff, and they have Joe Philbin in this like offensive senior offensive assistant role. It just made sense for him to be the offensive line coach and Scott Turner to be the offensive coordinator. And then they brought in Norv Turner to help with the offense with his son, Scott. That made sense. And to his point here, I do remember him with the Chargers. And yes, that was, some good stuff. I don't remember the Cowboys. I might be too young for that. But, I just, you got to go young, in my opinion. You got to go young. So, yeah.
Norv Turner is the Al Davis offense.
He was the next head coach for the Raiders, I want to say.
Ben Johnson has no identity offense. I will say that is almost a selling point for him, though. It's like he is able to work with the talent, and he's not predictable. Like if he comes to the Raiders and all of a sudden the ball is being distributed to different playmakers, who are you going to? You can't lock in on anybody. Look at the Lions right now. You have to defend the entire field. You know how hard it is? That's the goal, I think, of every offensive coordinator. You want to make the defense defend every single part of the field.
Yeah.
You want to keep them honest. You want to keep them, guessing. You don't want them to, you don't want to be predictable. And I think Ben Johnson is the furthest play caller right now from predictable. Bebop Jones says, "Where's Marvin Lewis?" Sacramento Athletics says, "Marvin Lewis looking to go somewhere. He has an opportunity to lose another playoff game." Charles Woodson at head coach.
That's the
Mike
one.
Loves Charles Woodson.
That's the one guy. Like people are talking about, like Deion Sanders. I would rather have Charles Woodson. I think it'd be the same thing. And I know it's not because Charles Woodson doesn't have that coaching experience, but like to me at that point it would be the same thing. So, yeah.
Ben Johnson equals Josh McDaniels 2.0. No. No. Don't worry.
Somebody put this guy on timeout.
No. We're not going to put him on timeout.
We're not going to do that, but we should at least be able to agree that we fucking do not like Josh McDaniels. And to say that Ben Johnson's the next, like Josh McDaniels, that offense was always boring. It was just efficient. But why was it efficient? Because they had the quarterback managing the shit out of that offense and out of the game. That quarterback being Tom Brady. Like, we're not doing that with Jared Goff. Jared Goff's not managing games. They're carrying out Ben Johnson's playbook. There's a difference.
Mm-hmm. Bebop Jones says, "Oof, LOL." I'm probably reacting to the Ben Johnson equaling Josh McDaniels. And Sacramento Athletics says, "Johnson is McDaniels, LOL. I need to know your corner spot where you get your devil's tantrum." Dude, Sacramento Athletics coming with the heat tonight, man. Pillaging just for fun, tuning in, says Ben Johnson is better than McDaniels, even if his offensive scheme is more superior. I like creativity a little bit more than scheme, and I think Ben Johnson, he to me, I can say it over and over again. He's very creative, and I love it.
Yeah, and I don't even know if we can even agree that McDaniel's scheme was all that good the way that it fucking played for the Raiders, dude. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. Bebop Jones says Laporta is a beast, but pillaging just for fun says Bowers is better.
And I think pillaging is correct.
I think so. Yeah. Niners need an O-line. Tell me about it. Yeah, tell me about it. They need a new center, probably need a replace left guard, and I mean,
You're a retirement away from needing a left tackle.
you know what? I thought about this. So they for sure need to get a new center, probably in free agency. Because apparently this isn't a very deep draft at center, from what I'm hearing. How about slide Colton McKivitz to left guard because he can play every single position on the offensive line, and then you draft a right tackle in the first round?
Who plays center?
Jake Brendel. He needs to be replaced. He is the worst offensive lineman on the team.
Sorry.
In the starting lineup.
Okay. Sorry. I just laughed because you're like, the Niners need more than anything to replace their center. How about this? Let's not replace our center. Let's move one guy around and draft somebody somewhere else.
No. In addition to replacing center.
Okay.
But right, I was just going to say, yes. I was going to say they need to, I was going to say they were going to upgrade at right tackle, but maybe they can move Colton McKivitz from right tackle to left guard. Obviously, in addition to replacing center, that's the number one priority, I'd say.
Yes. Okay.
And then the right tackle can be drafted in the first round if you don't want to be drafting a center who's not that great, or drafting a guard, because guards typically fall in the later rounds and the tackles are the premium offensive line position. But for sure, this is not going to be a serious offensive line if Jake Brent, dude, I didn't realize Brendel was he wasn't this bad last year, was he? This season, he was bad, man. I don't know.
Depending on what the Raiders do on the offensive line, I wonder if there could be a trade for Andre James. I don't know how that would work contractually and against the cap for either team, but he's a starting center. I think it depends on who the Raiders' offensive coordinator and scheme is, but
tell you
for
what,
whatever reason, Andre James was. Oh, I know the reason. He was benched this year because, one, obviously he wasn't doing that good, but also Jackson Powers-Johnson. If the Raiders fill in their left guard and just determine, Jackson Powers-Johnson is our center moving forward, they'd be set on the offensive line, and then that makes Andre James exposable.
Yeah.
Expendable.
I'll tell you what. You said Andre James got benched this year. But you said he was a starting center. We'll trade you Jake Brendel, who didn't get benched this year, just for Andre James straight up.
How much is Jake Brendel making?
Too much?
Yeah, I mean, it would come down to the money, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I don't know the exact numbers, and I'm
if Jake Brendel's on a bargain deal, if he's making $3 million, whereas I want to say Andre James is making $9 million per year, let's just say. That would make sense in the sense that they still have depth while also offloading some money.
Jake Brendel is on a 4-year, $16.5 million contract.
So four per year. So he's making less than Andre James.
4.125. So if you really think Andre James isn't that good, you know what? Just keep him.
Well, yeah, and it's not even that I don't think he's good. I think actually as far as continuity and all that, keeping Andre James is not a bad idea. And for depth, I'm fine with keeping him. I was just saying, if you guys want a starting center, I still think Andre James is probably a starting center in this league and probably better than Brendel.
2-man under. I don't know the context of the comment, but Sacramento Athletics says, was Legion of Boom Carroll or more Quincy and Bradley?
Quinn and Bradley, ex-defensive coordinators.
Quinn and Bradley, sorry.
Yeah. I think maybe the 2-man under was talking about the Pete Carroll defense when we got onto it. The Legion of Boom. I know those coordinators were big for sure. I mean, we had, I think he's talking about Gus Bradley. We had Gus Bradley at one point. Who was Quinn? Dan Quinn, duh. Dan Quinn was big. I mean, I think they kept the same scheme and they kept the same players. That was what was so big for the Legion of Boom, whether it was Quinn or Bradley. But I think whoever the coach was that was there first, I would assume Dan Quinn, integrating that was huge.
Bebop Jones says, "Love the show, guys. Thank you so much.
We love you.
The chat has been on fire today. We love it, and anytime that you guys want to comment on our videos, we take time out of, whenever we're free to respond to comments. Please consider liking and subscribing to the channel. And like I said, even if we don't agree on an opinion or whatever, we welcome outside perspectives. So, we appreciate you guys for checking out the show, and yeah, we love the support. Emiliano Brito says, "Sorry guys, I have inside scoops. Ben the Pen Johnson is going to Chicago. Also, your best bet at quarterback is Jalen Milroe. Sanders and Ward are going top 3. Hey, tell him, not me."
You might be right. We already talked about why Ben Johnson going to Chicago doesn't make sense to me, for us. Just because it's in the same division as not only his current team, the Lions, but you want to talk about how hard the AFC West is? The NFC North might be the best division of football right now. With the Lions currently, obviously, the Vikings almost beating them for the 1 seed. I mean, that game, the Lions beat them handily, but they were right there to do it. And you still have the Packers too. It's the same thing as going to the AFC West. You're loaded with 3 teams that are playoff teams with the future ahead of them.
I'm going to play devil's advocate right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree. Ben Johnson is not going to go there because, he was just in that division, and then also the division is tough. But think about it this way. All right. If he is so good and so vital to the Lions' success, they are going to get worse not having him. Not saying they're going to fall off a cliff, but they're not going to be as good without his creativity on the offensive side of the football. The Vikings, their defense was great. They had a great season, but they just got embarrassed by the Rams tonight, and they don't necessarily have the answer at quarterback.
Well,
and then
they might.
They might, but not right now. JJ McCarthy hasn't played in a year. Yeah, he's won a national championship in college, but his story is still yet to be written, right? Mm-hmm. It's a question mark. And then the Packers, I don't know, man. The Packers, Jordan Love was showing so much promise, and then he kind of I feel like LaFleur catered the offense to be a little bit more one-dimensional when they had a good thing going with the connection of Jaden Reed and Jordan Love, and then they got away from that to really distribute the ball. And I love distributing the ball, but none of their pass catchers are as good as Jaden Reed is. I think he's by far their best one, in my opinion.
Certainly most talented.
He's the most talented one, in my opinion. And, they just they're infatuated with giving guys Dobbs is okay. Christian Watson is hurt. Dontavian Wicks sucks. He can't catch the ball. I don't know how many times this season I was watching a Packer game and I was like, oh, they're throwing it to Wicks again. It's going to slip right through his hands. I'm sorry. You have a couple jobs as a receiver, but the most important one is catch the ball.
I'll say this. Yeah, peace to Antonio Pierce. I'll say this, on paper, the Bears absolutely have the better situation and roster on hand day one relative to the Raiders. So if Ben Johnson wants to go with that, that's perfectly fine. That makes sense. I understand it. You got the previous number 1 overall pick at quarterback. He clearly has the talent. I don't know. Just for some reason, I don't expect him to want the Bears job, but maybe he does. And I'd rather him make the decision, the Raiders not make the decision,
Did you see Caleb Williams getting pranked by those kids?
Yeah, that was great. I don't know how they got his number, but they pulled it off.
Mm-hmm. After tonight's game, very good chance Darnold will be a free agent.
I thought the same thing. I agree. I've been after like say week 10, probably even earlier in the year, like I was saying at some points, like, man, Darnold's kind of looking like a Pro Bowler. And then like as the season got towards the end of the year, I was like, man, like I just would keep bringing him up for no reason, almost like just keep bringing up Darnold. I think a pairing of Ben Johnson and Sam Darnold could win games next year, period. Do I think they can win a playoff game? I fucking don't know. But Darnold is a guy with an NFL arm. And honestly, like in a lot of games for the Vikings, like he was just making sound decisions and very accurate throws. Like it was all stuff that I was sitting there going, yeah, that made like he looks like a starting quarterback in this league, period. And I think you get a good offensive coordinator like Ben Johnson. If you just fix one spot on the offensive line, you get a running back. Dude, with Bowers and Jacoby Myers, maybe one more receiver at least, Trey Tucker, and the right run game, it's a lot of ifs, but like to me, Darnold can get it done for at least 1 year.
Like a bridge quarterback situation?
Absolutely bridge quarterback, but like a younger, like think back on his draft, like people thought he was gonna be the number 1 pick when Baker got picked. People thought Darnold was the number 1 pick that year. Like that was the bona fide, like, yeah, this kid out of USC, he's a stud.
I thought it was going to be Baker, dude. The way Baker was interjecting himself in that draft, I was like, yeah, it's going to be Baker.
Yeah, I was following all the reporters. Oh, for sure, in hindsight, yeah, but I think Darnold was more of like the
more talented, prospect. You know, like the greater
he had the arm
upside.
Yeah, he had the upside. He had the traits. Whereas Baker was more of like the Johnny Manziel, like, you know, he made the plays.
He was so good in college.
Yeah. But point being, like he's still, to me, Darnold is still this unfinished prospect that was once a top end prospect at quarterback. Like I think this is, a lot of people might not agree with this. I'd rather have Darnold than Shedeur Sanders this year. For the cost. We have the second most cap space in the league. Why not utilize that, and then at 6th overall pick the top corner or second corner, the top defensive tackle, the top edge defender, the top receiver if you want, top offensive tackle, whatever you want to do. Get a potential all-pro and pair that with a veteran quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Man, I said it earlier this season. I don't remember if I said it on this podcast, but I think I for sure told you at some point, I'm like, I'm just waiting for Darnold to go back to being Sam Darnold, you know, or like, you know, it's going to happen. And it happened tonight. And I don't recall a time that I've ever seen somebody lose so much money in one night. Like that didn't involve the stocks, you know?
Did I dream this, or did somebody's quarterback throw 4 interceptions in a wild card game this weekend?
You did not dream that, but did somebody's quarterback, are they going to be a free agent, and are they not being paid?
I'm not saying that in response to like getting paid or whatever. I just Herbert threw 4 interceptions, and that's not going to affect him one bit. I agree. That's not my point. It's my point is, I don't think Sam Darnold did that, you know? And granted, like there were tip passes, there were receivers dropping passes in that game for Herbert. There was one interception where I thought it was a touchdown, and then at the very end, it must have just slowed up to where the receiver was in front of the DB. I think it was Stingley, just jumped and got it out of the air. Like I was just like, I thought that was a touchdown, but it went the exact opposite. Like I don't think Herbert shat the bed completely. It's just the defense for the Texans just completely.
Oh, my AirPods died. Give me 1 second.
You're good. The Texans defense just completely took it to the Chargers offense in that game, and I think the Chargers receivers were struggling, all the above. I just think in this game, this isn't me being like a Darnold homer. What I saw was the Rams defense just taking it to the Vikings offense and putting pressure on Darnold. That was the key. They kept bringing these corner blitzes where I was like, dude, they are destroying Darnold when they bring the corners out from the edge. And the Vikings wouldn't pick up the corner, and it would always come from his fucking blind side, and he just couldn't do anything about it. And they'd bring pressure from the inside, and he'd try to get away from it, but they just would wrap him up and he'd get sacked. It was like, it's not like he was throwing 4 picks and just completely shitting the bed. It was just he couldn't do shit against the Rams defense. Like, they were just bringing the pressure on him, and he kept getting sacked. Like, it was like pressure to sack ratio was 100%. That there's no way. Like, every time it was a big play, just sack. He couldn't get out of it.
My only thing, though, is that, Sam Darnold looked so lost, and he looked like the Sam Darnold that we've seen, for God knows how many years now, like since he was drafted, 2018?
He did throw a bad pick in like the third quarter.
Like, I don't know. It's one of those things where his team is talented, whereas the other quarterback who struggled this weekend, you're referring to Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert does not have the weapons that Sam Darnold has, and then the Rams aren't even that tough of an opponent. Neither were the Texans. The Texans were very cold, and then their defense they were hot, in that game. And Justin Herbert was really bad. But I think it's a much different conversation because I honestly believe if Herbert was the quarterback of the Vikings, not the Justin Herbert that we saw the other day, and I'm realizing this is another what if scenario, for Justin Herbert. But if you put Herbert on the Vikings today, I think they would have had a much better chance to win than with Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
I think this season they were winning. Not necessarily that Sam Darnold was playing bad this year, but in the 2 biggest games of the season, Sam Darnold played his worst.
Yeah. Yeah. And I already kind of forget what his stats were like in the Lions game, but I want to say the Lions got a lot of pressure on him. And maybe the best way I could put Darnold, at least from these past 2 games, is the way that a lot of people perceive Derek Carr, in the sense of if you get pressure on him, he will fold. Maybe that's Darnold. And maybe most of the year they were doing a good job of not allowing too much pressure on Darnold, the Vikings offensive line. But,
Okay. So, all right. In terms of sacks, here, let me see if I can't find. All right. So Sam Darnold against the Vikings, his stats were 18 of 41 passing, 166 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. So very poor performance. And then
against
when we look at the sacks, he was sacked twice in that game.
Sorry,
against the Lions.
Oh.
It was just a bad performance. The 2 biggest games of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So Sam Darnold doesn't have, I would say, he has traits that you want in an NFL quarterback, like you said, strong arm, but I just don't think that he knows where to go with the football every single play. If it's not spoon-fed to him, I think he gets lost and panics. There were a couple times in this game against the Vikings where I saw him just run backward, panic, and get the team out of field goal range.
Yeah. Yeah, he's evading pressure. Trying to. I
Evading the pressure
I
or like making a really dumb play? Know where your hot routes are. Are there no hot routes? Come on.
well, if there's pressure coming in your face, pause. Uh, there's not much else to do. That's what I was seeing against the Rams. And as far as like him getting, or struggling when he's not spoon fed, like there were games where I just didn't see that. Like I didn't see him getting spoon fed. I saw him making very good decisions. Determining where to throw the ball and whatnot. But maybe they were hot routes and the obvious read or whatnot, and it was just spoon fed to him, and I just didn't see that. But regardless, I think regardless, the Vikings keep him. But if they don't, he would be my number one option at quarterback because there's nobody close to him this year in free agency.
I don't think the Vikings move on from him. I think they'll re-sign him, but not at the high number that everybody was anticipating. I
Yep.
think the last 2 weeks he lost a lot of money. I
Mhm.
do feel like that. I feel that
Well,
way.
unless they franchise tag him, which would put him at top 5 quarterback money, he can always say, "Well, if you're not going to give me what I think I deserve, uh, I can go to free agency and probably get that because I'll have a bidding more because I'm the only. I think from what I've seen of the list of quarterbacks that'll be available, besides maybe Russell Wilson, he's the only starting capable caliber quarterback that'll be on the market. There will be a
And
bidding war for him."
if the Vikings are smart, they'll say, "Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry that we couldn't work out a deal. We made our choice to draft JJ McCarthy to be our quarterback. He's finally going to be healthy this year. We're going to commit to him. We trust Kevin O'Connell to call plays and get JJ McCarthy ready to start. And instead of the money that we would be paying you, we'll get another backup quarterback and we'll pay an offensive lineman in free agency so that way the next quarterback doesn't get pressured and panic the same way that you did. Good luck on your future.
Yeah, I think.
Have fun playing for Ben Johnson on the Raiders,
Yeah,
and
hopefully. I think
have
I
a nice
think
life.
the Vikings would be wise to play hardball with him because I think if I'm Sam Darnold, I think deep down I know I might not be as successful anywhere else. So it would be nice to stay with this and show consistency because that's what's really going to make me money at the end of the day. But if he can get a big check for a 3-year deal, like a Kirk Cousins type deal, fuck, take it. If he's him, we'll see.
Mm-hmm. Pillaging just for fun says Darnold might not be expensive, especially since the Jets followed him to Minnesota.
I'm assuming like the Jets version of him. Yeah, I mean, when he struggles, he's gonna come off like the Jets and Panthers version of him. When he succeeds, now it's gonna be, well, look, it's the Vikings version of him, or the mid-season version of him. I don't know, but to me, it's like, hey, he's shown flashes that he can be a starting quarterback. That's the best the Raiders are going to get this offseason. Like a quarterback that can lead a team, albeit with a great defense, to a 14-win season. That's for sure the best we're going to have this offseason at quarterback. The best option. For sure.
Pillaging just for fun says, I'm an Alabama fan and I pass on Jalen Milroe.
Yeah, I'm all Jackson Dart right now.
Hire Kirk Cousins, says Bebop Jones.
Quarterback coach, let's go.
Kirk is cooked. Yeah, he's not looking too good.
He is absolutely cooked. He's overcooked.
Sacramento Athletics says, I think Lobby lost his shot when McCormick stepped on the field. I agree. McCormick looked very good when he did come in.
I just want to say Lobby fumbled like week 3 and McCormick didn't show up till like week 10 or something. but McCormick might have been on the practice squad, and the Raiders knew, like, yeah, we'd rather see that guy on the field than fucking Lobby at this point. And again, like, I wonder if Lobby wasn't grasping the playbook or something, but I think fumble issues is probably number one. But not to say that you're dead wrong or anything.
Niners should have signed Devontae Adams. Well, a couple years ago, yeah, especially over Debo, and like, you know, I mean, it's just unfortunate with the Ayuk injury. Like, I get why they kept Ayuk. A couple years ago, I didn't want them to re-sign Debo at that price, because I felt like Debo's rookie season was solid. His second year was disappointing. He couldn't stay healthy, and he came to training camp like out of shape. The third year was his best year, before the extension, and after that, like, he hasn't recaptured the 2021, efficiency or playing level. So yeah, if the Josh says, if Raiders get Ben Johnson, I think we can take a flyer on a later round quarterback and maybe develop him. I agree, because like Jared Goff, like I said, didn't look, his career looked dead in the water until he came to the Lions and was paired with Ben Johnson.
Yeah, and that's why I have hope for like a Darnold, like a bridge quarterback. But to this point, draft quarterbacks and try to develop them and see what you have, because at any point, again, Brock Purdy's an outlier, but at any point you could draft a Joe Milton or a Brock Purdy, and it's like, whoa, hold on a second. Like, behind the scenes, hey guys, are you seeing this? Like, this guy's clearly better than our starter, and we just drafted him in the 6th round. What? That would be the dream. Or even a 3rd round pick like a Russell Wilson or a Dak Prescott or whatever. Like, those names aren't the same, but one of them won Super Bowls, right? You never know. Draft them.
I think a coach like Ben Johnson gives you freedom to just get a quarterback who can manage a game.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Big facts. We need help. I think, talking about the offensive line, we fired special teams. Yeah, we talked about it in last week's episode, and I'm just hoping that Nick Sorensen doesn't become the special teams coordinator. But I mean, we'll see. I don't know how good he is at that, but yeah. When you fire someone from one position and then you're immediately considering him for the other position that you fired for, it doesn't give a lot of confidence to fans. Brendel was smoking crack but sobered up. I don't know how true that is, but I mean, maybe he should go back. No,
sounds more like the Niners offensive line coach.
No. Bebop Jones says, LOL, JK, for the Jake Brendel thing. And I was kidding too. Let's see. Raider Nation 510 says Pete Carroll started as a DB coach, which is like the Achilles heel of a defense. Communication in the backfield is key to success, which we have been desperately missing since Charles Woodson and Rod Woodson.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you there. Like I said, right now, Pete Carroll's probably my number 2 choice, because I think he could build a foundation and build something special.
Emiliano says Vikings and Packers are frauds. Good, but their records may be, make them look better than what they really are. Chicago has a quarterback, and they are a great head coach away from being good.
I will see most of that being
Caleb
true.
Still has to prove it in the NFL. I get that he has the elite talent, but I'm not ready to just appoint Caleb Williams as like an elite level quarterback right now at this level.
Yeah. I think most of that can be very true. I mean, I don't think the Packers are necessarily frauds. It's just I think Matt LaFleur is a great coach, and they have a talented quarterback. They need to focus up on the receiving core for him. But getting Jacobs was clearly huge for them. Like, fucking stud. We all know that. The Vikings, though, like all it takes is McCarthy to be the guy and be a top 10 quarterback, which is maybe top 15. But I'd say if he can be a top 10 quarterback, they are not frauds. As long as Brian Flores is their defensive coordinator, and I don't see Kevin O'Connell going anywhere for them, they will be the opposite of frauds. They will very much be in the Super Bowl window, for years to come.
Raider Nation says, only way I would sign Ben Johnson is if we sign Sam Darnold and trade for Joe Milton.
Yeah, I think you can only do one or the other as far as the quarterbacks go. And because we have so much cap space, I would lean Darnold. But again, there's probably a big bidding war there. Whereas for Milton, it's like if you just give the right trade compensation, you could get him.
Sam Darnold or Joe Flacco as free agent quarterback. You know what? Joe Flacco could even run the Ben Johnson offense.
Yeah, I could see Flacco being a solid.
He's old though.
Very short bridge quarterback. And like if you go for Milton, Flacco would be a veteran I would pair with him. I could see that working. That's essentially what the Colts are doing right now. No, sorry. But that's kind of what the Colts have right now or had.
Yeah.
Continue.
Justin Herbert threw 4 picks. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. Eagles/Chiefs Super Bowl, fly, Eagles fly. Yeah, if it is Eagles-Chiefs, if it is a rematch, I mean, all right, no offense, Frank. I'm assuming that, you're an Eagles fan or will root for the Eagles in that Super Bowl. I don't like Eagles fans. I do have Eagle fan friends, but
right. Not like native to Philadelphia.
Yeah. Like, maybe I'm just soft, but
no.
But I'd say anything in comparison, like a rock, if you put a literal rock from the ground next to an Eagles fan, the rock would be soft.
Yeah, or at least the rock would be nicer. No, I saw some TikToks, I think it was, or even Instagram, whatever the fuck, on social media. There were like 1 or 2 in particular. There was one where this dude was just berating this dude's wife, and I was just like, Packer fan wife,
yeah.
And I'm just like, man, I had heard so many things about Eagles fans, and like I've seen funny shit, like when the Niners faced the Eagles in the NFC Championship, and like Joey Bosa was at the game in the like outside the stadium, and people were just fucking like tearing him, and he was getting pissed off, like responding to them. Like that felt like it was funny and fair game. Like you're an NFL player, like of course you're gonna catch some shit because your brother's playing against their team. Like that made sense. The shit that this dude was saying to this dude's wife, I was like, that guy's mentally stronger than me. The husband that was like recording the whole time, like, bro, I would have been, I don't know what I would have done. I'd just been like, either we need to leave now because I can't just stand here and keep taking this, or something bad's going to happen. But point being, like, I watched that video and I think one other video from Eagles fans against the Packers, and I was just like, you know what? I like Jalen Hurts. I like Saquon. I love AJ Brown. All these players for the Eagles. Like I've had no problem rooting for the Eagles. I now am starting to have a problem, with rooting for the Eagles. Like I'm at the point now where I'm like, go Rams. And if the Eagles beat the Rams, go whoever the fuck. It's probably the Lions. Go Lions. Like for me, it's been go Lions. But no, I do not want to. Oh my God, Chiefs Eagles. Oh fuck, no.
I would root for the Eagles, but I would not be happy about it.
I'd be like those. Yeah, those terrible people just won again. Seriously, like I can't see my team win a Super Bowl, but these dickheads get to keep seeing their team win the Super Bowl. Yeah.
Or maybe I would think about, just appreciating the Chiefs' greatness and like, let it go for one game, but I don't think I can do that. And I know for a fact you cannot do that because you would just be thinking, man, the Chiefs have more Super Bowls than us.
think they got to 4 already.
Do they
They
have
already have
4?
one. They
Oh.
got Yeah, they already do, unfortunately. So I don't
Well,
want
you would
to
just
keep
think how
separating.
much further the gap is.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, the Chiefs had less before they ever met the Niners.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mike. But I wanted to bring up this video. This video is upsetting. This was 15 years ago, but 49ers traveling at the Eagles, and they're just getting pelted.
Jesus.
Can you imagine sitting there in those stands?
Yeah, it sucks because it's definitely like mid-game. Yeah, mid-game. They can't even look up.
And then you can't even ask security, like, hey man, can we kick out these guys? Like, oh, what, are we gonna kick out everyone?
Right.
What security is gonna do is move the Niner fans out of this section, which is actually what's happening right now. Like,
oh my god.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Dude,
They are
if you've ever been hit by a snowball, that shit hurts, especially if you get hit in the head.
It can definitely hurt. All right, take out the video. You can't hear shit. Yeah, they are Eagles fans are what's the term? They're like not sheep, but once one gets going, it's like all of them get going and they're all trolls. So it's like imagine sheep, as far as following one and just doing the same
herd
thing,
mentality.
but trolls. Yeah, they're a herd mentality of trolls. That's what they are. They are the worst of the worst. I remember when I went to the Steelers game because it's Pennsylvania. I went with
a friend,
my lady, my girlfriend at the time, and I we were at her dad's house. We were talking about going to the Steelers game to Pittsburgh, and he was like, "That sounds fun. That's cool." He's a Raider fan, fellow Raider fan. Cool, super cool guy. But he was just just don't get into shit with them. I know it's not Philadelphia, but it's Pennsylvania. Don't. That's all I ask. I don't want to have to fly out there and bust you out of jail. I was like, yeah, you won't have to worry about that, but I get you. Fans can be fucking ruthless, man.
Hey,
So
2 beers in, Mike's like, the fucking Raiders!
Yeah. No, I wasn't, but there was one guy who was super obnoxious sitting a row or two behind me, and I never looked at him because I was like, I just figured the moment me and my black Max Crosby jersey turns around and looks at him, it was just gonna be jawing back and forth or some shit, and I was like, I just don't want to. But I do remember because we won the game. That was the big Henry Ruggs game-winning touchdown. That was awesome. This guy was just ignorant the entire game. This older guy, he was saying stupid shit, and he might have been saying, he wasn't saying racist shit, but he was saying stupid shit, just ignorant. You don't make sense. And then finally, the Raiders had the ball with 2 minutes. It was clear they're gonna just need the game out. And I think I finally just turned around and I was just I want to know what he looks like. I want to look him in his eyes, knowing that he's gonna lose. That's all I wanted. But I didn't say shit to him.
You know damn well the entire game, Mike. He was just staring at you, waiting for you to turn around.
Well, honestly, there was a lot of Raider fans around us. Luckily, it wasn't we were just all alone, So it worked out pretty well. But he was mostly saying ignorant shit towards. Honestly, he was saying a lot of it towards the Steelers. He was like, "Why aren't we getting a first down?" Blah blah blah. And it's I'm just sitting there well, you're not really watching the game, are you? I'll tell you why. It's because the Raiders' defense is shutting your shit down, bitch.
Yeah, I was gonna say you got to turn around and be like, "Because we're the fucking Raiders. That's why." You want to fucking go? Just get into a fight, man. Forget it. Get thrown in jail.
Or
It's the
I could just
NFL.
resort.
What could be more important than the NFL?
Yeah, or I could be like a Eagles fan and resort to calling his wife names. That'll get me places. So, anyways, we'll move on from that.
Leo Torres, welcome to the show, says, Joe Milton, okay, peace. Y'all are dumb as fucking on these comments.
I mean, I would say if I trade for Joe Milton, it's not with the expectation of him starting. It's the expectation that we want to develop him and we see traits, you know?
Mm-hmm. I like here's my thing with Joe Milton. I did see that one highlight play. I didn't watch a lot of the Patriots games where he did play, but I just think that people are so quick to like, we always say it, the grass is greener on the other side, and then just seeing Joe Milton make, one highlight play is enough for like, well, oh, it's obvious the Raiders should trade for Joe Milton. Like, I will say I think the Raiders should have drafted Joe Milton, but I don't think that they should move a lot of draft assets to go chase somebody that they missed the opportunity to bring him in and have him, compete this year.
Right. Well, I'd say because the Patriots have Drake May, it's not like they're going to be starting Milton. So, I mean, if you can get him after seeing, hey, he can play in the NFL, it's not just that he's this raw player that might end up being the next Trey Lance, just not nearly as high of a pick. We see that, oh, he does have traits, yada, yada, yada. So.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, with that, we can finally move on to our next topic. Mike, do we want to get into Raider GM candidates or?
Yeah, I'll make it quick.
All right. We're going to be talking about Raider GM candidates. Mike, who is on your list?
Well, it's not necessarily my list.
Yes, it is. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, it's a list that I've compiled based off of what I've kind of read and stuff or made connections. Before I get into the GMs, I'd say part of the GM candidates is also considering the head coach candidates because, as said in previous reports that we have read on here tonight, the Raiders want to make this, a very cohesive front office, right? And in doing so, you have to connect the head coach with a guy that he can work well with. So, first off, the head coaching candidates, the guys that the Raiders have either had a virtual interview with, potentially an in-person interview, like Pete Carroll, or have requested interviews with for head coach. Ben Johnson, this is in order of like the requests. Ben Johnson of the Lions, Aaron Glenn, defensive coordinator of the Lions, Steve Spagnuolo, defensive coordinator of the Chiefs. All three of them have already had virtual meetings. They can only do virtual meetings up until like today because they were the 1 seed teams. Todd Monken, Ravens offensive coordinator, that has been requested, but the Ravens won, so we can't interview him yet. I think maybe after the divisional round, you can start having virtual interviews with him. And if they lose, then in person. Robert Saleh, they can interview him. I think he's scheduled to on this Thursday. Pete Carroll, he apparently had an in-person interview today. Not sure if that happened, but that was the schedule. And then today they put in a new request for Vance Joseph, the Broncos defensive coordinator and ex-head coach. I would probably have to guess they requested it in part because they lost. So he can now actually do an in-person interview. And I guess I would just note it's not even necessarily that they would be doing it for like the Rooney Rule because I think Aaron Glenn and Robert Saleh would technically satisfy that. It's just a matter of when they actually interview them. And then I don't know if like virtual or in-person interviews matter for the Rooney Rule. So that could be part of it. I don't know if technically Aaron Glenn's virtual interview didn't, satisfy it, then, there is that. So with that, those are your 7 head coach candidates so far. So now, just to make some ties to the GM candidates, I'm going to continue the Vic Tafer and Tashawn Reed athletic report that they put out yesterday, and just kind of read from that to give you these GM candidates, and then any leftover guys I'll just mention. I'll just read it. Okay, general manager. The Raiders have yet to request GM interviews with executives on other teams or schedule interviews with unemployed executives, but there's no shortage of GM candidates out there. One of the primary reasons the Raiders fired Telesco was to ensure that their next GM is on the same page with their next head coach, so a package deal could materialize. For both Glenn and Johnson, Washington Commanders assistant GM Lance Newmark makes sense. Before getting hired by the Commanders in 2024, he spent 26 seasons with the Lions and knows both coordinators well. Relationships aside, the fact that he had a hand in both the Lions and Commanders' transformations from bottom dwellers into contenders is impressive. Lions assistant general manager Ray Agnew is another option who would align with both Johnson and Glenn. He's been in his current role since 2021, and before that helped build the Los Angeles Rams into a contender as their director of pro personnel from 17 to 20. I like the sound of that a lot. A sleeper could be Lions director of scouting Dwayne Joseph, who was the Raiders director of pro scouting from 2019 to 2024 before taking his current role with Detroit. And then whether the Raiders hire Spagnuolo as their head coach or not, Chiefs assistant GM Mike Borgonzi would be a strong GM candidate. He has spent all 16 of his seasons as an NFL executive with the Chiefs, which means he's played a hand in building rosters that have made 11 playoff appearances and won 3 Super Bowls. He's interviewed with both the Jets and the Titans for their openings, and the Raiders would be wise to get in the mix before he's off the board. And whether the Raiders hire Monken or not, Todd Monken, he was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers offensive coordinator from 2016 to 2018, so they should bring in Buccaneers assistant GM John Spytek. Spytek was a part of the Tampa Bay contingent that brought in Brady, among others, to help win Super Bowl LV. He played college football with Brady at Michigan, so they go way back. And in the post-Brady era with the Buccaneers, Spytek helped Tampa Bay identify Baker Mayfield and put together a roster that made the playoffs for their 5th straight season in 2024. The Raiders interviewed Spytek in 2022 and should interview him again. Again, that's the assistant GM of the Buccaneers. If the Raiders were to roll with Carroll, then Seahawks assistant GM Nolan Teasley could be an option. He's been with the Seahawks for 12 years, so he's overlapped with Carroll. And then it says there are still some questions about how far Brady's reach will extend within the organization when it comes to personnel matters. The Raiders have had some GM candidates express concern about what his level of influence in building the roster will be, according to league sources. So again, Spytek, Newman, the Washington assistant GM, Ray Agnew, Detroit's assistant GM, Dwayne Joseph from Detroit. I'll add Chris Spielman is a special assistant in the front office for Detroit. I want to say he's the former GM of the Vikings. Mike Borgonzi, Kansas City's assistant GM, Nolan Teasley, Seattle's assistant GM, and then 2 more names I'll throw in is Ed Dodds, who I believe is the assistant GM for the Indianapolis Colts. I know he's at least interviewed with the Titans, but he's been a guy even last year that he was my favorite option. And then Champ Kelly is the former assistant GM for the Raiders. If I had to guess, he'll stay on as the assistant GM at best, probably not become the GM for the Raiders, just simply because if I had to guess, they're looking for somebody, that has overlap with the coaching candidate. And of all those names, the guy that's been the most popular choice is John Spytek from the Buccaneers, in part because he has great he has a lot of good things to be said about him, but also you throw in the relationship that he likely has with Brady, like that makes a lot of sense from everything that's been said tonight about Brady,
Yeah. I have to say, like, about Spytech, like, I just wonder if the other, assistant, that has followed Brady his entire career, Joe Ballflat, has also
Yeah.
been, in the coaching candidates. But I just find it funny how there is a guy literally with the name Spytech who has
A great
been
name.
directly involved with Brady for so long.
Yeah. Unless it's actually Spitic, but I doubt it. It should be Spytech at that point. Honestly, I want a GM who's named Spytech. I want the guy who's the most like a spy.
Every single time he walks into a room in the Raiders facility, it's got to be do 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 do.
Yeah.
James Bond.
But yeah, again, I mean, whoever they end up hiring at GM likely has overlap with the coach that they hire. Or at the very least, the other option would be that they hire the coach first, and then the coach has a say in who becomes the GM, and perhaps they have like a second round of interviews with the GM at that point with the coach sitting in room, and maybe they hear from Ben Johnson like, yeah, I'd really like Lance Newmark or Ray Agnew, and they go, okay, cool, but maybe the Raiders guy the entire time is Spytech, and they try to sell Ben Johnson or whoever on Spytech through the interview process. You never know.
Yeah, I mean they could, and then like, I mean, I just want Raider fans who aren't very familiar with the, I mean, I guess there shouldn't be any Raider fans left who aren't familiar with, like, hiring a head coach and the GM at the same time. But like, it's very common for or at least more recently, it's common for the head coach to be hired at the same time as the general manager, and there's supposed to be like a working tandem. You guys saw it with Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler. Although that did not go well, look at the other side of this show. The 49ers hired Kyle Shanahan, and Kyle Shanahan chose John Lynch to be his GM. It's when we talk about, like, we were talking earlier about how the Raiders fired Telesco. I mean, it's the reason why they wanted to get rid of him is to give whichever head coach is going to come in the option to choose who they want to work with. Like, I know when Harbaugh first got hired, they asked him if it was okay if he works with Trent Baalke. And at first he said yes, and then he changed his mind and wanted to change the general manager. And then the Niners are like, yeah, no, we can't do that.
Mm.
And then, or something along those lines is what I heard. And then obviously Baalke and Harbaugh could not get along. And then Harbaugh and Jed York could not get along.
Yeah.
So I feel like for any successful organization definitely will benefit, with the head coach and GM being in lockstep. And like Mike said, it's more ideal to have the general manager be exclusively making personnel decisions, and then the head coach just be making depth chart decisions and, who's on the field at the time, calling plays, really focusing on the football aspect rather than the business kind of side of getting players, making the most out of the talent that the GM is able to get. And if they are both on the same page of what they want from the franchise, that's the best.
Yep. And I would like to make one last point that I absolutely meant to make in the first topic of the Raiders ownership impact. But I think making it now is perfectly fine. I sent you a tweet on Twitter from Deshaun Reed. And while you're pulling that up on the Silver and Gold Twitter, I'd like to again give a shout out to Vic Tafer and Deshaun Reed from The Athletic for that article that they put out yesterday that I was, reading off a lot of tonight. But this is huge to me right here. The Raiders hired Jed Hughes of search firm Korn Ferry to help compile GM and head coach candidates. Hughes helped the placements of the following head coaches: Pete Carroll with the Seahawks, Andy Reid with the Chiefs, Jim Harbaugh at Michigan, and Bruce Arians with the Bucks. Not bad. This is a new thing that Mark Davis is implementing. Potentially, they didn't mention this if this was a Tom Brady thing, but potentially in part because of Brady and the Brady effect, if you will. But clearly they are trying even harder to find the right guy. And if there's one thing to be said, at least from me, in my opinion, of the Raiders head coaching candidates, it's that I'm not mad at any of the candidates. Like, if I had to have a ranking of the top 20 coach candidates, there's a high likelihood that the 7 guys that are candidates right now are top 10 candidates, in my opinion. Vance Joseph probably being the lowest because he didn't do very good when he was a head coach, but at least he has experience, and that's something that they're definitely going for, besides, I guess, Ben Johnson. But Ben Johnson being the hot name, right? So it makes sense. So I like what I'm seeing from, the Raiders hiring committee and bringing on this Korn Ferry search firm guy. Like, they're pulling out all the stops to hopefully make the right hires finally, so they can do what they finally need to do, which is stay committed to those people and cause continuity and build a winning program.
Mhm.
So,
All right. Are we ready to move on to our wild card weekend recap?
oh, yes, sir.
All right. How did we do, Mike?
I think we did
pull it
pretty
up.
good. We only got 2 wrong, and I swear, dude, I know there was a part of me that was thinking, like, I can totally see the Rams winning this. Like, Sean McVay has been here, and O'Connell kind of hasn't, and he's his former head coach. Like, that made sense to me when it happened. And then the Chargers versus the Texans, that's the shocker to me.
Yeah. All right. Let's start there, and then let's work our way down. We're just going to be like, quick little brief, recap of like each game. But, I thought the Chargers were going to dominate the Texans. Like, I thought they were going to be able to win pretty convincingly, but they got off to a good start, but not good enough because they were driving down the field. They just weren't scoring touchdowns. They kicked 2 field goals, and then all of a sudden they left the door open for the Texans right before halftime, and they mismanaged the clock right before halftime. And that kind of like it. I feel like it killed the morale. Like, they were just losing by 1 point when it felt like they should have been up by at least
13.
a touchdown.
Yeah.
At that point, they were only losing by a point. Then the Texans are going to bleed out the clock right before half. Chargers start calling timeouts. They want to get the ball back. And then I forget what happened. Was it an interception? And then all of a sudden the Texans have the ball and they kick a field goal, and then it's 10-6. So the Chargers are now down. Not just, a field goal would be would give them the lead. It's they have to score a touchdown now or kick 2 field goals, and that's going into halftime. And so, like, I think I forget who got the ball at halftime, but I mean, it's really not that significant. What's really significant about it is, Justin Herbert played very poorly in this game, but what I will say is I still think Justin Herbert is a hell of a quarterback. A lot of people are dunking on him and, this and that. I just think that he played one bad game. Like, all right, Mike, if like Justin Herbert, I would say, is a top 6 quarterback in the NFL.
I would, like, coming into the season, I was saying he might be top 4. And you know what? I still think that he has the capabilities easily to be that guy. He just hasn't been that guy week in and week out in a long time. And his coach or coaching staff doesn't treat him like it. Does that make sense to you? Like, they are a very run-oriented team and not like a Bengals, like, Bills, let our quarterback be the superhero. Like, they're not that team. And what's funny to me, and I think why people are dunking on him, is because when they finally needed him to be that guy, he shat all in his pants. Just shat all in his pants. And that feels a little telling to me, but I'm not going to completely dunk on him and say he's, now he's trash. He's not a top 10 quarterback. Like, no, he's still top 10. I just think he's top 10. He's top 5 potentially, but he hasn't proved it in a long time.
Name me the quarterbacks who are better than Justin Herbert right now. Michael named nobody. See, nobody is better than Justin Herbert in the NFL. Now, Mike's AirPods died. I'm going to wait because I definitely do want to know his opinion on it. Mike, can you hear me?
There we go. Yep.
All right, cool. Name me the quarterbacks who are better than Justin Herbert right now in the NFL.
Okay. Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow, for sure. And then I would say the next tier of quarterbacks that I would be considering, I got to really pull up a list here.
Okay.
Let's go with this app. The first name that comes to mind is Jalen Hurts, and I know you're probably going to disagree with that.
No.
But again,
I will not let you get away with that on this show. No.
Well, again, like, what does Herbert do week in and week out that's better than Hurts?
He doesn't turn the ball over. He turned the ball over on Sunday, but who's he throwing to? Jalen Hurts has A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, and Saquon Barkley. Justin Herbert has Ladd McConkey and nothing else.
Jaden Daniels is better than Justin Herbert. That's a fact.
It's not a fact, but he is showing elite.
I'm here to say it's a fact. Dude, he is that good.
I think Jaden Daniels has had a better season than Justin Herbert. I think Jaden Daniels had a more, had to do more for his team than Justin Herbert did this season.
Yeah. I would go, okay. I'm going to give you my list now. Like, actually. See, if he didn't have such a bad year, I would say CJ Stroud. But his season was not good this year,
Stroud was better in this game than Herbert was, but he's not a better quarterback.
Yeah, but I'd actually go as far to say he is a better quarterback. Talent-wise, this guy is not better than Herbert, but week in and week out, Jared Goff is a better quarterback than Justin Herbert. I'm not ready to say that Jordan Love is better. The guy that's making me go, ooh, maybe, is Baker Mayfield. And then there's Stafford.
Okay.
And I would say Stafford is better.
Okay. I can accept Stafford. I would rather have Herbert because he's much younger, I can accept Stafford. Jared Goff.
I would rather have Jaden Daniels and CJ Stroud right now. By far.
By far.
By far. For a fact. By far. No question.
I don't think it's far. I think a conversation can be made. I think Jaden Daniels is better than Stroud. But I think all these guys are in. It's respectable to have them in the same conversation. I don't think that Jalen Hurts is in that same tier. You know what I mean?
So to me, I think Justin Herbert is about the 8th best quarterback in the league.
Okay. So if you had a pick right now, the Raiders can choose one guy. You would take Jared Goff over Justin Herbert.
Well, yeah, the thing that I said with Goff, Goff was the one guy I wasn't counting there. I want to say Goff would make him the 9th. Like Goff is pretty much tied for me. Like if I were the Raiders and I could choose one quarterback, it's Herbert. But if I'm trying to carry out Ben Johnson's offense, maybe Goff is actually the better fit because Herbert, for some reason, lately hasn't been that guy. And his coaching staff, I think not because they don't want to, but because of what their offense is, opts not to rely on him.
Here's the thing about their offense. So first and foremost, we can acknowledge they don't have a lot of talent at wide receiver or really tight end. And then their running backs are the Ravens, who the Ravens didn't want because they upgraded and got Derrick Henry. Right?
Mm.
I like J.K. Dobbins, but he's not an explosive, running back by today's NFL standards. He's had so many injuries. I like him, but and he looks better than he did towards the end of his tenure in Baltimore. But I just think that Harbaugh chose Greg Roman because that's who he's pretty familiar with. That was his offensive coordinator when he was on, when they were on the Niners. And then typically it's better for the quarterback in terms of not turning the ball over to have a good run game. And Greg Roman might be the best run game coordinator in the NFL. And they were not able to run the football very effectively against Houston. And then so now, like you said, they're pinned in this position. Greg Roman is not an elite pass game coordinator. I don't think he is. You have a play caller whose skill set, or I guess whose tendency strays away from the passing attack. You have him call plays for a good quarterback with no receivers. There were 2 interceptions that Herbert threw that bounced off receivers' hands. Right? An interception is an interception, but those 2 in particular are not all on Justin Herbert. I still think if you had the opportunity right now, the Raiders have 3 first-round picks for Justin Herbert. Are you taking that opportunity to get him? Who says no in that situation? The Raiders or the Chargers?
Probably the Chargers, but I think that's like me personally. Me personally, I think if I can get a veteran guy off the market or only have to pay 1 first-round pick for a guy like Jared Goff, I'd rather do that and get the same result.
Mm-hmm. So here, I'll say this. This might be a hot take. I like Brock Purdy. I would trade Brock Purdy and 3 first-round picks for Justin Herbert. I wouldn't hesitate.
Your team is that. I could see that.
I wouldn't hesitate.
Yeah, but
it doesn't matter where your team is at. Everybody's looking for a quarterback. You wouldn't want the Raiders to have their quarterback?
Right, but I just think we're at the point now where we can start discussing whether or not Justin Herbert is like a elite quarterback. Like, and a lot of people haven't even been thinking like he's elite, but just that he's not this franchise-saving guy that some think he might be. Like, the way that he played in this game, talent aside, is not good.
Mm-hmm. I just think that he's a guy who can make all the throws on the field. I think that he has had poor talent around him. And if Harbaugh developed, like they were not supposed to even be this good this year. They weren't supposed to be in the playoffs.
Mm.
They made it to the playoffs and they were bounced in the first round. I don't know. I just think like the discussion around Herbert this weekend was wild to me because like he turned the ball over 3 times all year and then had one bad game and everybody's like, you know what? Justin Herbert is a fraud. Like, no. Any GM that is not the Chiefs, not the the Ravens, not the Bills, not the Bengals, not the Commanders would trade for Herbert.
Hmm. Yeah,
they would trade their own guys straight up for Herbert.
Right. Yeah, that's enough of that. I still think Herbert's great. I think being a top 8 quarterback is perfectly fine. I think honestly, Stafford's on the way down, so maybe I should say 7. Like I should probably put him above Stafford. Like they can do the same things. Herbert can do more than him. It's just a matter of actually doing it when it matters.
I didn't refute the Stafford thing. I like Stafford.
Oh yeah, no, I know. I agree. Like I think when Stafford is healthy, he is one of the top 7 quarterbacks. It's just he's getting so old that it won't be long till he's on Aaron Rodgers level of like, oh, the fall off, man.
Mm-hmm.
But until then, he's better than Herbert.
Yeah.
But would I rather have Stafford or Herbert? Oh yeah, Herbert. But it's just if he doesn't start finishing these playoff games and winning these playoff games, the conversation's only going to get worse for him. And all that being said, this is my last thing on Herbert. He's actually one of my favorite personalities in the NFL. Like he's fucking funny. He's a funny guy and he's really like down to earth and like not a dick, Like he's easy to root for.
Question. Why don't we have the same conversations about Lamar?
What? Explain.
Not getting it done in the playoffs, not winning these playoff games. Lamar has had better teams than Justin Herbert has ever had. And Lamar,
has Herbert ever won a playoff game?
Herbert has not won a playoff game.
There you go. And he also hasn't won 2 MVPs. There's a reason.
Okay. But I'm just saying, if the telltale sign of whether a quarterback is good or not is their playoff success, then Lamar Jackson is not a top 5 quarterback by those metrics. He clearly is a top 5 quarterback. Right. Lamar Jackson is.
Right.
But judging everything based off of playoff success, Matt Stafford, what was his playoff success before he joined before he joined the Rams?
Right. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. It's not just about the playoff success. It's just my issue with Herbert is that he's had injured seasons. He's had this, he's had that excuse, what ifs, right? And then now it's like he has this uber efficient season, but you watch the Chargers and it's like it's very seldom that they really utilize his talent. And it's not like they're trying to hide him or like trying to, not get him to fuck himself up or like, lose them the game. Like it's not like that. It's because of Greg Roman. We know that. But what kills me, and I think again why everybody's shitting on Herbert this weekend is because when the game is finally on his shoulders, he couldn't do it. And the talent might be a big part of it, sure. Quentin Johnson coughing up everything possible could be a very big reason why, right? And we knew coming into the season that they were stupid for not getting another receiver. Like, Ladd McConkey, cool, but we didn't know he'd be good. If he sucked, they wouldn't have made the playoffs. Because they would have nobody else to throw to. So this offseason for them should be about getting weapons for Herbert. And then next year, when they determine that, you know what, maybe we shouldn't keep Greg Roman, then they'll start getting good. Because they'll actually maybe get the right guy in to unleash Justin Herbert. Because he has all the capabilities to be top 5. I said it last year. I think I put him at number 3. I had him above Burrow. I probably had him above I probably had him at 3, and I might have had Lamar at 4. Like, after everything you just said and like what the difference is between the two. But this year just kind of supplanted for me. Yeah, Lamar is different. You know, Josh Allen, them two, they are the top of the cream of the crop. And obviously Mahomes. And then there's Burrow. Burrow is right there with them. Those are the easy top 4. There's no debate. Number 5 can easily be Herbert. Like, if I have him at 8, he can easily jump the other 3 guys. But man, Jaden Daniels looks good. And if CJ Stroud has a great year next year, I would easily have to imagine that most people are saying, yeah, Stroud's better than Herbert. The way that the Chargers offense is run.
Yeah. I guess, like, when you talk about the in-game, adjustment, or him having to step up when his team needed him most, I just don't know what more he can do in that moment of, like, I mean, obviously not turn the ball over,
Yeah,
not throw interceptions.
Yeah, not
But,
throw
like,
picks and finish drives.
he's throwing who he's throwing to, and they're not good.
Yeah, but I mean, womp womp, Chargers, boo-hoo. I don't give a shit, dude.
No, but, like, in the middle of a game, it's like, all right, you need Justin Herbert to be Superman. Like, okay, so do you want him to scramble? Like,
Well, that's
he's
the thing.
throwing he's rolling with who he's got, and that's it.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, these guys are NFL pros. They got to make the catches. If they can't do that, they shouldn't be on the team. So if it's that big of a problem, they need to really reassess that this offseason. Like, hey, this was year 1 of a rebuild. To be the 5th seed, they should be feeling really good and figure out what they need to fix. Because, yeah, they're this run-first team. They should draft a running back. They should draft receivers. They should probably sign a receiver. Like, imagine them with T. Higgins. Fuck me.
Yep.
So, there you go.
Watch. Clip it right now. It's 3 hours, 18 minutes. Justin Herbert is going to get weapons on offense, and he will win a playoff game.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, he'll win a playoff game.
Yeah. If he goes his entire career without winning a playoff game, I'd be shocked.
I would also be shocked. I agree.
Okay, so Ravens, or the Steelers at the Ravens, it was a one-sided game. I didn't even really watch much of it because I knew before even going in, the Ravens were going to curb stomp the Steelers.
Yeah. It was funny seeing all the memes about the Steelers after the fact, of like Steeler fans just being pissed off and like they've lost 6 playoff games in a row or something like that. And they're just like over it. It's like, yeah, that sucks for you guys, but at least you're in the playoffs.
Like, here's the thing about the Steelers. They're in the AFC. They're playing against the they're in the toughest conference in football. I think, all right, I like pose this question to people, who criticize the Steelers. Yes, they lost to Tim Tebow, right? Yes, they lost that game to Tim Tebow. But the other games, like, I think my team would lose too if our options to play other teams in the playoffs are playing against playing against the Chiefs, the Bengals, not the Broncos. The Broncos when they had Peyton Manning. The Patriots when they had Brady's. They had Brady. That loss to the Browns was bad. Who was
Yeah.
the quarterback at that time? Was that Big Ben or was that Mason Rudolph?
Oh, I don't know. I thought you were asking about the Browns. That was Baker. I don't know who the quarterback was for the. I feel like it was Big Ben,
Was it? Let me,
but probably late. End of career.
Browns versus Steelers playoff. Okay, it was 48-37, and yes, it was Big Ben. He threw 68 passes. That's insane in a single game.
Wow, that's Big Ben. All I'll say on the Steelers.
4 touchdowns, 4 interceptions.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, at least he threw 4 touchdowns, unlike Herbert.
And
No, but
at least
the
he
thing
had
about-
who? At least he had. Hold on, I'm looking at the wrong team. At least he had Deontay Johnson and Juju Smith-Schuster in his prime, and Eric Ebron.
That's practically the same thing that the Steelers or the Chargers had. Like Deontay Johnson in his prime would be McConkey, and then Juju just morphed into this really bad receiver out of nowhere after like year 2 of his career. That'd be Quentin Johnson, and then Ebron being Will Disley, apparently.
Juju had 13 catches for 157 yards and a touchdown that day.
Well, maybe it was still good Juju.
Yep.
But at some point he morphed into a bad receiver. Steelers, they're just in this weird reverse quarterback purgatory where they're winning too much to where they can never get the right quarterback. And Russell Wilson was like perfectly good for them, but they can't draft a guy, until they lose properly. And they will never do that as long as they have Mike Tomlin, which is kind of awesome.
And then you can't, like, all right, here they are in purgatory because you can't fire Mike Tomlin as long as he's never had a losing season. I think the minute that he has a losing season, you can think about it like, hey man, this might be our opportunity to like break the cycle. But like the Steelers have, I mean, they have that tradition of not having very many coaches in their history. So like it's a big decision to make. And Tomlin has proven that he can win a Super Bowl. It's just like, they're the Raiders, but with a winning record every year.
Yep.
They're literally the Raiders right now with a winning record every year.
Yeah, and
Just
God help
stuck.
the league if they ever do get their quarterback.
Yep. Broncos at Bills. You said that the Broncos might, you wouldn't be shocked if they upset the Bills, which I kind of felt like too. I'm like, man, the Broncos been playing well. They only scored 7 points, and then the Bills did Bill things. It's hard to win at the Bills Stadium.
This game kind of makes me feel like they're the favorite for the Super Bowl. But man, the Ravens, like this game next week, I am so excited to watch. And I'm so glad it's the Sunday night, like late game on Sunday,
Yeah.
But the Broncos made it look like it was going to be interesting. And then the Bills just said, no, that's the last time you're going to score for like most of this game.
Mm-hmm. Packers at Eagles. I don't know. The Packers were giving me weird vibes, towards the end of the season where I feel like their passing game wasn't clicking and they were just Josh Jacobs or nothing.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like that makes me feel like, man, are they trying to like kind of hide Jordan Love a little bit? But
Maybe. I mean, he kind of struggled in this game. But also, again, like this would be kind of similar to the Chargers of like, you guys need to figure it out with your receivers.
Yeah.
They need to draft a receiver in the first round. Like it's been an ongoing joke that they haven't done it. They should finally do it. Or sign T. Higgins. Like,
oh yeah, T. Higgins to the Packers would be crazy. Or Chargers. That would be the top 2 landing spots. Commanders at Buccaneers. Yeah, man, the magic just continues with the Buccaneers, man. That final, the game-winning field goal that bounced off the upright, and the kicker messing with his hair right before.
dude. Hold on. Oh, okay. I can hear you. That shit had me dying. The missing with his hair. Like I was like kind of amped up, like, oh man, this was such a great game, blah blah blah. And I see the kicker, like they kept the camera on him ever since like a minute was left. It felt like, that's not true, but like ever since 20 seconds was left in the game, like it was clicking down. They knew they were going to call timeout with like 2 seconds left, and they were just showing the kicker on the sideline, like kicking into the net, and he's just like super OCD about everything, and it was like I'm just watching, and I'm like, okay, and you could see him like he'd like line up, and then he'd kick, and then he'd like look up and like see the clock. He's like, okay, I got one more. He'd like kick another one. He kicked it, and then like the camera cut away for a second to like them calling timeout. Cuts again to him like walking from way on the other side of the sideline, like way deep, and just slowly walking. And then it shot. It's first it's from behind him, and then it cuts to in front of him, and he's just doing this as he's walking. And I'm talking. He's coming from the opposite side of the fucking field. Just dude, and I'm dying laughing. I'm like, this motherfucker like does not even have long hair. Like what is he so worried about? Like, does it have to feel a certain way when he puts his helmet on? And then I think he did something when he was lining up to kick too. Like it wasn't just his hair. There was something else he was doing. They pointed out that earlier in the game when he was practicing with the net, he took his shoe off and he's like hunched over on one foot and he's pulling his sock. Like I've done this at like work. I walk a lot, and like if the sock barely is like off your toe and ahead of your foot, like anybody goes through this, if the sock is too far forward in front of your toes, you might like overlap and it feels weird when you're walking. Like he was like one little corner on his sock. He like has his foot and he's just like pulling on the sock, puts his foot back in. Now takes it off, moves the sock again, like pulls it down. I was like, oh my God, dude. He's got it all down. That's probably, I mean, that's probably what it takes. But man, like the hair, I was dying laughing. Like, oh my God, I hope he sinks this. Because if he misses this, he's gonna be a fucking meme. Oh shit,
man.
Oh
but
my
yeah,
God, dude.
the Commanders, their season stayed alive. We predicted that. I think we were spot on. My dad, my dad was thinking that Buccaneers would probably win this one, and
It was a great game. It was back and forth, dude.
I didn't get that was Sunday night.
Yeah,
I didn't get an opportunity to watch much of it. Yeah, I was at a birthday party. Good friend. His son turned 2 years old, so shout out to Eddie's son. Happy birthday. Let's see. Vikings at Rams. We picked the Vikings because of that dominant defense, but I sort of felt like, I don't know if I mentioned it in our predictions last week, but I had this weird feeling that Sam Darnold in his first playoff start could just shit the bed. And like I said, he didn't like melt down the way that, Herbert did this weekend. But I will say he looked lost.
right.
And you can credit that to the Rams, but I think with a better quarterback, I feel like the Vikings would have had a much better shot in this game.
Yeah, that's fair. I just also think the Rams are more experienced in these must-win games, and they're coached that way, and it showed, And this is the game that I wish that I had thought harder for, and maybe I would have picked the Rams, but that Vikings defense, I was just like, man, they should win this game.
My dad thought that the Rams were going to win because he said, like, you know, when there's a natural disaster in an area or like, you know, something goes on, there's like that added motivation. And I'm like,
Yeah.
you know, that is true. Look at the Saints with Hurricane Katrina. Look at the Boston Red Sox with the
Marathon.
Boston bombing,
Yeah.
you know, and then
And look at the
I
Chargers
mean,
this week.
yeah, but look at like when Kobe died, the Dodgers and the Lakers won championships.
Mm.
You know, it's like one of those things that it's almost like destiny. You know, you just can't like really explain it. And
Mm.
you know, the Rams played hard. Their defensive line was killing it today.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Their
they had
defensive
a
line
very
is going to be a problem for years to come. We thought that their defensive line was finally not going to be a problem without Aaron Donald. And then they just drafted the two top defensive linemen, arguably, in the previous draft with Jared Verse and fucking
Braden Fisk.
Braden Fisk, man. That dude is my
There
guy.
was one play, dude, where you see him running hard, and I just thought about that draft, the combine video of the guy, you know, just looking at him. Dude, I was like, oh my god, Sam Darnold
There it
better
is.
not turn around right now. Like,
Yeah. Oh my god.
dude, that was crazy. But yeah, so we got 2 wrong this weekend, you know, but so far, I think that's
Solid.
pretty good solid picks. Let's move on to the divisional round predictions. We got the Texans going at the Chiefs over in Arrowhead. Who do you got, Mike?
Oh. You know, honestly, like it's the villains that are left are just the Chiefs and the Eagles. Like, that's really it. You know, if we
Yeah.
could just get rid of them, I'd be
Anybody who would win, oh my god, it would be a win for everyone.
I would be so fucking happy with any other team to make the Super Bowl than the Chiefs and the Eagles. Like if it can be Rams versus Bills, I'm happy with that. The Texans, they're not.
My
Like, to me,
my dream Super Bowl at this point is Lions Ravens.
yeah, that's kind of where I'm getting to as well. Although I'd love the Bills, like with Josh. I'd love to see the Josh Allen in the Super Bowl. But the same goes
Josh
for
Allen's my
Lamar.
guy.
Yeah, like honestly, the way that the past couple of weeks have gone, I realize like how great Lamar Jackson is, and I'm starting to kind of root for him to win his Super Bowl, you know? Because I think Josh Allen will outlast him if that makes sense. Um, but that's not to say that his team will, so I don't know. But I'd be happy with that, like just that Ravens Bills game. I'm like, whoever comes out of that, I'm happy with winning the Super Bowl. But at the end of the day, this entire season, since last season, it's always been I want the Lions to win the Super Bowl above any other team. So Lions versus the winner of the Ravens Bills. That's what I'm hoping for. That being said, God, I'd love to pick the Texans here. My brain is like, how can you? You know, like we already were sleeping on the Texans to begin with against the Chargers. Now they have to face the Chiefs, who are just like kind of the best at this, you know? They're not the most impressive team, but it's the playoffs in Kansas City. Like I'll pick the Chiefs, although I'm going to be rooting hard, obviously, for the Texans. And I'd love to say that the Texans will win this game. I just can't put my name on it.
Yeah, I'm also going to take the Chiefs in this one because I just can't bet against Mahomes right now, especially against, you know, a Texans team that looked good against the Chargers, but they are going to, you know, be playing a much better team, you know,
Yeah.
much better defense. Like we saw with the Texans versus Ravens on Christmas Day, the Texans lost that game early on.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, the Chiefs offense isn't the Ravens offense, but the Chiefs defense arguably is better than the Ravens.
Yeah, quite possibly. Also, my only hope really in this game is that the Texans defense plays like they did against the Chargers and the Texans overall are just continuing this chip on their shoulder mentality of like, man, Rex Ryan really said that the Chargers had a bye week. Like, I bet they're saying the same shit this week. Like, let's go prove them wrong again. Like, let's keep that mentality and just play as physical as possible. I hope they can do it, man. God, that'd be great.
Real quick, I do see comments starting to stack up. We will get to the comments after we finish our predictions here, but we appreciate everybody who's tuning into the show at almost 1 a.m. So, love the support. I do want to clarify one thing, Mike. The reason why my dream scenario for the Super Bowl right now is Lions versus Ravens is because I really feel like, all right, I will be happy for whoever wins that game because we will, see Lamar Jackson finally get a ring, or we'll see the Lions, who I think are a team of destiny. The Lions deserve to win more than any other team on here, I'd say. Yep. Just with everything that, they've been through as a franchise, and then hiring Dan Campbell and trusting his process and the way he cares about the players. I want the Lions to win. That's who I'm rooting for the whole rest of the way. That being said, maybe my favorite player left, who's still in is Josh Allen. I love Josh Allen. I think Lions versus Ravens would be a better game to watch. I would love to see that. I think it would be much closer than Lions Bills, where I just think the Lions are a better football team than the Bills, and Josh Allen is like ahead of schedule. He doesn't have very many weapons either. He's making it work with a limited amount of weapons.
Yeah, I would say the Ravens definitely do have the weapons. But I think, oh man,
like if the Ravens win, Derrick Henry gets a ring too, and it looked
like
he was
going to
be
going
stuck forever.
Yeah,
no. I mean, I love Derrick Henry, but I mean, Josh Allen is my favorite player. Who's left.
Yeah, I'd be perfectly happy with Ravens Lions, but I think me being who I am, the teams that I would prefer most to win the Super Bowl this year are the Lions, Bills, and Texans, because they don't have any Super Bowl wins. And I want to say the Redskins have won a Super Bowl, but I could be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But their fans do deserve it. It's been a long time for Commanders fans. That being said, Lions Commanders.
All right. Commanders traveling to the Lions. I'm sorry. I've been saying how magical the season has been for the Commanders all year, or at least, for the past several weeks. I'm going to go ahead and say that the magic ends, but the Commander fans should not be discouraged that they lose to the Lions, because I feel like the Lions are a team of destiny and deserve to move on. I think the Lions are the more complete football team, and the Commanders should feel incredibly proud of how far they've gotten. I say that the Lions move on.
Yeah, I'm going to agree. The Commanders did this year what the Texans did last year, of going from second overall pick and deserving that second overall pick to playoff team that absolutely belongs in the playoffs for years to come.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about Rams versus Eagles?
The Eagles do have a good defense. Fuck. Oh, man. This is definitely... Oh, wow. This is not the toughest one. Fuck. Dude, Sunday is going to be awesome. Oh. God. Go Rams. I'm going with the Rams.
You're going with the... Wow. I am going in the other direction. I am going to go with the Eagles because I feel like their offensive line and their defensive line are stacked. Saquon Barkley is fresh, rested, ready to go. Yeah, man. I think, just the Eagles have so many weapons, dude. And then the Rams, if they can pressure Stafford and stop the Eagles stop the run. If Kyron isn't able to run, they're going to have to rely on Puka and Cooper Kupp.
Yeah.
Tyler Higbee left the game today. I don't know with what kind of injury,
Yeah,
but
he was playing great.
I just see the Eagles offense being able to sustain drives, milk the clock. Like that's kind of the style of football that they play. They, if they're not scoring touchdowns, they're getting down at the 1 yard line and pushing that tush. So
Yeah.
I'm taking
I
the
don't know.
Eagles simply for their line.
Yeah, I'm probably making the wrong pick here, but I think this is just one where I'm just like, you know what? I'm just hoping that Sean McVay is just the better coach in this game, and the Rams still have that talent that I fully believe in, and I've believed in pretty much all season. And hopefully they can pull it off, and then go to the NFC Championship and properly lose to the Lions.
Mhm. I'm going to be honest. I would rather the Eagles lose.
By
I would
far,
rather that happen,
yeah, by
but
far,
I just think that they're going to win. So
yeah. Just this
we'll see how it
weekend
plays out.
again.
And they're at home. That's going to
Yeah,
be tough for the Rams to travel to.
yeah. Just again, those videos of the Eagles fans that just got me on a fuck the Eagles type of vibe right now.
Yeah. Like, all right. I made this joke like in the group chat about like, for the LA teams, it's win or go home. And then they turn back and they're home. It's like they don't have much to go back to right now. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like
Yeah.
LA.
Hopefully they keep that up, yeah. Like that like you said, the disaster,
The
response.
disaster, response, or I guess the disaster, like, I don't know what it is. It's like the destiny factor of it, of like,
Yeah.
Carrying a community. It should be studied. That type of like motivation should be studied. It's
Right.
crazy, because of how often it happens. There's been other instances where it's happened, and more than what we mentioned with the Boston bombing and with the Hurricane Katrina. Ravens at Bills. I guess I have to go first on this one.
Yeah.
I'm going Ravens, man. I think the Ravens are loaded. Their defense is finally playing good. I know it's in Buffalo, but I think the Ravens are on a mission. I do. I think them adding Derrick Henry is the X factor. If they didn't have Derrick Henry, I think this would be a much closer game.
Yeah.
But I think their offense is constant, and they're finally stopping. They're stopping opposing passing attacks, and they're playing much better than they did early on.
Yeah. I think they are quite possibly at their hottest right now. So I don't blame you at all for picking them. I'm going with the Bills. I like the way that they played the Broncos, and I just think they might. I don't think anybody's sleeping on them, but I think quietly they might be the best team in football right now.
The Bills?
The fucking Bills. The most dominant.
That's, I find that interesting. I will say them having home field advantage makes this, very interesting, because that could change the entire dynamic of the way it plays out. But I just kind of think like the Ravens they're almost like all in on this season, because Derrick Henry's not going to get any younger.
Yeah.
And they tried to make that move for Deontay Johnson, and like that blew up in their face. But really they didn't spend much to get him. And I just think, the Bills, I'm not in love with, James Cook is good. He's just always underutilized. And then is Keon Coleman playing, or is he still injured?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you, because I haven't he hasn't come up on my radar in a while. Khalil Shakir, Dalton Kincaid, and Amari Cooper. To me, is that, obviously Both
better than the
Josh Allen
Chargers.
and Lamar are the weapons.
Yeah.
Ah, man.
Derrick
Yeah.
Henry is definitely a nice like difference of those two teams, and I'd say the way that I feel, if the Raven, like no matter what, whoever wins this game has a nice revenge idea or ploy for the Chiefs. You know,
Mhm.
great question.
Jody says, "What's the weather for that game?" That is a good question. So let me look that up. Ravens versus Bills weather. Let's see. Early forecast. Ooh,
Are we looking at snow?
yeah. Hold on. All right. Let me share this tab. This is an early look at the forecast for Sunday's game between the Buffalo Bills and the Baltimore Ravens in Orchard Park. This forecast will be updated during the week. On Saturday, an area of low pressure will begin or will bring rain and snow to the area with temperatures in the mid 30s. On Sunday, the next system will arrive and temperatures are expected to tumble. It's too early to forecast snow amounts, but snow showers are expected on Sunday. Temperatures will be in the 20s for your tailgate and in the teens during the game. Winds will be northerly in the
Oh my
10 to 20
god,
mile per hour range. The forecast will continue to be updated, but it looks like you'll be bundling up for the game right now.
man! I mean, the thing with the Ravens is they're such a strong run team that they can make that work. You know,
Yeah.
yeah, it's going to come down to the defenses, I think, in that game. And like I was saying, no matter who comes out of the game, like I'll be happy for them. They just need to beat the Chiefs. They need to, whoever comes out of this game needs to represent the AFC in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that is a very good point by Jody. About the weather.
Because that could
And
come in favor of the Bills.
yeah, it could because they're used to it. And then
Right.
that's the exact type of weather where Josh Allen is just going to break outside the pocket and run for like 100 yards.
Yeah.
Or well, he's gonna maybe not, maybe not an exact yardage prediction, but like that's the type of weather where he's gonna run outside the pocket and run for at least 2 touchdowns.
Yeah. And I will say the thing about the Ravens, like you with like Derrick Henry and Lamar, like them winning their Super Bowl, them winning the Super Bowl this year would remind me, not quite as drastically, but it would remind me of, the Ravens beating the Niners in the Harbaugh Bowl when you had Ray Lewis and Ed Reed like on the brink of retirement. One last hoorah with that Ravens team, and getting it done. Like it would be cool to see Lamar and especially Derrick Henry get those rings, and then not have to ever worry about that again for their legacies. Like both of them are Hall of Famers. Derrick Henry
Yeah,
is, and then Lamar just keeps it up. He will be, like, not a question. Multi MVP, get that Super Bowl, it's over. He's a Hall of Famer.
I would even say the shoe is on the other foot this time because the Ravens in that 2012 Super Bowl, yeah, you wanted Ray Lewis and Ed Reed and these guys. Well, Ray Lewis had already won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, it was just more like one last hurrah for that great Ravens defense, the two guys that led it and stuff.
Yeah, but this is more like the Niners in 2012 because this Hall of Fame running back might not ever get that Super Bowl. This is his opportunity. And then obviously it's like Lamar would be like the other legend. That Niner team was stacked with legends that never got to win a Super Bowl. Joe Staley, Patrick Willis, Frank Gore, the list goes on. But
so basically what you're saying is they're going to lose to the better team, which is the Lions.
In the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Hey, man, I'm fine with that. If the Lions win the Super Bowl,
I'd be elated.
That'd
Only
be great
more reason for Ben Johnson to finally say, okay, I'll leave now.
Yeah, and then like if the Lions win, like I'm a big Eminem fan. Like I'd be happy for him. He's been watching his whole life, and like he has never seen anything like it.
Yeah, man, Eminem. Yeah, I'm not gonna.
You're gonna bring up the leaks today of the
I have no.
songs.
I have no
He had
idea
songs that
anything.
leaked today.
Oh no, I wouldn't know anything about that. I was just gonna say like, essentially some sort of joke. I couldn't really word it, but like, yeah, I feel so bad for Eminem, but there's nothing to feel bad for. Like the dude's just super talented and successful, so it's hard to feel bad for him because of his football team. Essentially, I feel bad for myself.
Uh-huh.
I feel bad for Detroit fans, yes.
But yeah, so this is our final sort of predictions for now. Like always, if we change our minds, we just have to text one another before the game, and we will honor the switch as long as it's before kickoff or before like the first drive or whatever.
Yep.
But let's get to the comments and then we'll get out of here because it is late, but we definitely do appreciate you guys. Mia San Mia says, "Sup, Raider peeps."
Sup.
Anthony C says, "Currently working a 12-hour overnight shift in the hospital. Appreciate these late night streams, fellas." Hey man, I appreciate you working in the hospital. I unfortunately over the past couple of years have spent a lot of time with family members, too much time with family members in the hospital. So, I definitely can appreciate you, choosing that job. And, it's not an easy one, especially for like a sleep schedule. So thank you for regularly tuning in, Anthony. We always love to see your comments and are glad that you enjoy the show. Jody Hemingway says, "Hello, sirs. How are we doing tonight? Late night." Yeah, it is a late night, Jody. And, Mike and I are going to regret it in the morning when we have to wake up for work. But, we're pushing through and we're doing good. Right, Mike? We're doing pretty good.
We're doing good. We're enjoying football. And I'm, as a Raider fan, hopefully soon to be enjoying better football.
Yeah, with a Ben Johnson-led team. Jody says, "Lamar already has the MVP. Based on last year to this year, and with less, the Bills and Josh Allen are more impressive than the Ravens." I will agree. I think last year, I don't know why they gave the MVP to Lamar. I don't know. I felt like his numbers weren't there to justify the MVP, but like, I get it. It's like I get it in the sense of like who means most to their team, and Lamar was still Lamar. But this year, now Ravens fans are they're trying to have their cake and eat it too and say, "Hey man, Lamar has the best numbers. He has to be the MVP." All right, right now, based off the numbers, it should probably be Joe Burrow, but Joe Burrow's not in the playoffs. So any quarterback that's in the playoffs, it's clearly Lamar. But Lamar has a massive supporting cast advantage over Josh Allen right now. And, Dan Orlovsky, if you have an opportunity, he can explain it better than I can. But Dan Orlovsky broke down reasons why he would pick Josh Allen as his MVP. And I can't necessarily argue, but I'm personally fine with either one of these guys being named the MVP, for the 2024 regular season. However, I didn't fully feel right about Lamar winning it last year. The first year that he won it, hell yeah. Hell yes. Last year it didn't feel like a vintage Lamar year.
Yeah. I don't know why the past like 3 or so weeks I've just come to the conclusion that Lamar's winning the MVP. And I was fine with it, but like as early as 2 weeks before that I was like, no man, Josh Allen has to win the MVP. And honestly, it could go either way, and I don't know when the voting takes place. Do you know
when the voting is? I think it's like before the Super Bowl.
Yeah, because if the MVP and those awards are determined post divisional round, this game might decide it. This game actually might decide it. It shouldn't. It should be kind of a regular season thing, but then again, I mean, who's most valuable to your team? Like, whoever puts the other team above the other team, might be enough to sway voters.
Jody says, I hope Josh goes to the Super Bowl. If we want to start a GoFundMe, we can buy me tickets for the Super Bowl, but I would probably prefer to go when the Niners are in it. But no, Josh Allen. Yeah. I would be happy for Josh Allen because, like I said, he's my favorite player who's left in the playoffs. Him, Jahmyr Gibbs, Derrick Henry. There's other guys that I'm forgetting right now.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels.
The past couple weeks, I've kind of gotten to this point of like, yeah, I do hope Lamar gets his Super Bowl. Like, he deserves it. He's clearly a Hall of Famer. Like, 2 MVPs. He might get his 3rd. Like, he would supplant him. Like, once he gets that Super Bowl, he might supplant himself as a better career than Aaron Rodgers. It's debatable until he gets a 2nd Super Bowl, but also, I just like Josh Allen more. Like, I'd kill to see Josh Allen versus the Lions, 2 franchises that have never won a Super Bowl before. I'd prefer that. That.
I just really like Josh Allen because, like, I almost feel like I found him a little bit, like, because I had him that first year that he was really good in fantasy, but also I really like the way he's got a great personality, and also, like, he grew up over here and grew up a Niner fan, grew up a Giants fan. Like, it's almost like he's living one of my dreams. I don't know if I would have ever dreamed that I would have been a Bills quarterback, but just to see how dominant Josh Allen is, like, when he is playing at his best, I don't think anybody is better.
Yeah.
When Josh Allen is on his A game, I don't even think Mahomes has a higher ceiling than Josh Allen. I don't even think Lamar has a higher ceiling than Josh Allen.
Yeah, honestly.
But Josh Allen is not always playing at his ceiling.
Yeah. The past, 2 seasons, like, this is kind of recency bias and, just what have you done for me lately sort of stuff. Like, obviously, Mahomes still won the Super Bowl last year. But, like, most of the time, if I'm watching Mahomes and Josh Allen, like, a given Sunday, most of the time I come out of that going, yeah, Josh Allen's fucking by far the better quarterback. But
yeah,
it's just Mahomes just wins,
Yeah, it's kind of like back in the day, Joe Montana versus Dan Marino.
Yeah.
Jody says, Bills beat the Lions, and it wasn't even close. And from the offensive scheme, Joe Brady was just better than Ben Johnson.
Hey, whoa, that's my future head coach you're talking about there.
And Jody's honestly, firing shots, man.
Yeah, wait, I'm kind of forgetting that game.
Yeah, the Bills did kind of, they beat the Lions pretty easily.
What week was that? Do you know?
It was early on. Let's see, Bills versus Lions.
Oh no, it was like week 11 or something.
Oh, I said pretty easily. I'm stupid. Well, the Lions scored 21 in the 4th quarter.
Oh, 48-42. Give me that in the Super Bowl, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, that would be so.
That was in Detroit.
Oh my gosh. Wow, you know what, dude? I wanted to watch that game so bad. I don't think I watched it.
Well, if the Eagles play as lethargic as they did against the Packers, the Rams should win. Yeah, but it really depends on the matchups. Like, I think that the Eagles are a more complete team than the Vikings were. And I think the Packers they're weird, man. They're weird because they should have been better than they are or than they were. I believe hamstring. Probably talking about Rams tight end Tyler Higbee. His injury. Rams are giving off that vibe that the Saints did in the dome after Katrina. There is something scary about a team that is playing for more than just a title. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly what we were saying. Ravens did a heck of a job retooling their offensive line, and after losing most of the defensive staff, that defense is still pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Bills already have a strong victory in snowy weather. Yeah. I mean, I want the Bills. I would rather Josh Allen win a Super Bowl than Lamar. I just think that right now the Ravens, I think they might be the better team.
Yeah.
I don't know. But then again, the Bills have only lost like twice this year, right?
Something
or
like
3
that.
times.
I'd also go on a limb and say, like, if there's 2 fan bases that deserve a Super Bowl most, it's the Lions and Bills
Lions
fans.
and the Bills. Yep.
Yeah.
This season too, in terms of the snowy victory. I hope you're not referring to that Niner one, because I guess in retrospect, the
it's not saying much.
Yeah, unfortunately. But hey, Niners will be back. I actually am very optimistic about them in this upcoming season. And it's a big if, but they need to retool their offensive and defensive line, and then they'll be okay. I don't know if you guys answered this already, but did either of those 2 teams pick up any waived players or trades before this game?
Ravens, Bills. I mean, the trade deadline's passed, so there's no trades right now. Unless she means like since the Lions and Bills game. But I would say right now there's probably not any big pickups that either team can do, just because any free agents right now are probably either like, former practice squad guys or Antonio Brown, who's not going to play again in the league. Like, there's no trades or major pickups to be done. You never know. Like, they could pick up the right running back or corner or something who can make a difference. But, I don't think anybody that's getting picked up right now will be like turning heads,
Yeah. Unless Colin Kaepernick got picked up, that would definitely turn heads, but not maybe for this team is gonna definitely win that way.
Right.
Jody says, any head coaching news for the Raiders?
Yeah, we did cover it earlier tonight. I will say maybe in the next day or 2 we'll probably have those videos out, like in segmented individual videos, right? But I would say the major news is that, at least to me, the major thing is I'm much more optimistic on the Raiders getting Ben Johnson now, in large part because of Tom Brady. And basically, Tom Brady, in talking to Ben Johnson's agent, sort of convinced Ben Johnson to do the virtual interview on Friday. Whereas I think in the past, like last year, Ben Johnson wouldn't have interviewed with the Raiders. And the word that came out of that interview was that both sides were very impressed, if you will. So there's a lot of optimism in a place where I didn't expect optimism at all coming in. Like, I was just like, hey, he's my top option, but chances are we're going to end out with John Gruden for a 3rd fucking time with my luck, and I'll want to die. But
Jody
Mike
says,
Tomlin.
Ben Johnson, interesting. Would you take Mike Tomlin? The way this is worded, it's like, oh, you want Coke? I mean, is Pepsi okay? No, I'm just playing. No, but I mean, Mike Tomlin has won a Super Bowl, but I think we kind of talked about it. He's in purgatory of not being able to get a quarterback because they win too many games to be in range to do so.
Yeah, I think the Steelers can't fire him. We didn't talk about the Cowboys firing or allowing parting ways with Mike McCarthy, but that was really interesting to me in large part because they did it right on the day of the cutoff to meet with coaches from the 1 seeds. So now they literally cannot meet with those coaches for like another week and a half or some shit. Like they did that poorly. And then there's a report that they're actually interested in Deion Sanders, and I don't know if you saw the tweet or the thing that I sent to our group chat just to kind of
No, the laugh.
just to kind of make fun of Lorenzo.
Uh-huh.
But yeah,
Oh,
dude,
man. I mean, the Cowboys and doing things the way that you're not supposed to, that's nothing new. And I'm so sorry. I know Tony watches our streams. He might even be watching right now. Tony, I'm sorry. You have to be frustrated as a Cowboys fan. I know you probably are. Jody says, take Derrick Henry away from that team, and I wonder how good Lamar's numbers would be if MVP means most valuable player. Just curious. One could argue that based off that definition, then it's Barkley. Well, I don't know if you could base it off of, here's the thing. If we are saying it's the most valuable player, like, all right, the Eagles last season were not that good, but the year before they were in the Super Bowl, so that was without Saquon Barkley. And then just think about it this way. If Saquon Barkley is not running for 2,000 yards, there might be another running back running for 1,500 yards, and I still think that you can make the playoffs with a running back with that efficiency. I think Barkley probably deserves to get Offensive Player of the Year.
Yep.
But in terms of MVP, if it's most valuable, then it should be, if this player went down, this team is not, cannot win games.
Yep.
So I don't know. It's weird because everybody kind of interprets it differently. It's like most valuable player. It's like, okay, the best player on the best team. Well, unfortunately, that might be Mahomes, but he doesn't have that season. I feel like there has to be a balance between the guy who had the best season and who means the most to their team. Because if Burrow would have made the playoffs, he could have been in the conversation.
Oh yeah.
Wasn't Purdy's numbers better than Lamar's last year and Dak? Yeah, Purdy had the best numbers, but Purdy also had the best weapons. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw a video that was people breaking down oh, who are your top 3 or 5 choices for MVP this year? And obviously it was Lamar and Josh Allen, and then they threw in Saquon, and they were like, well, if we're going to throw in Saquon, we could throw in Derrick Henry too. And right then I thought to myself, well, then shouldn't it just be Josh Allen? If it can be Derrick Henry and he's on the same team as the guy who's probably the favorite to get the MVP, it's well, shouldn't it just be the guy who's doing it kind of by himself in Josh Allen?
Yeah. They're like a top 3 historic offense with Josh Allen and no 1,000-yard receiver. It should be Josh Allen.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the numbers that Lamar has are just very crazy. But
I think part of it is that, at least for Lamar, and what kind of started getting me going of damn, he's winning it, is that his numbers are better this year than his last MVP or his first MVP. One of his MVP seasons, his numbers are better. I'm damn, the dude's just different.
His numbers are crazy this year. Jody says, sorry for all the comments. I appreciate your chat. No, we appreciate you taking time out of your night. Well, I guess technically morning, to comment on the channel and share your thoughts. You're always welcome to. Please consider subscribing to the channel, liking the live stream, and we go live pretty much weekly, especially during the season, and then after that, throughout the off season, we're kind of whenever topics build up. So, but as soon as football's back, we're back. We've been doing this for the past 2 years, and there's no plans to stop. Jody says, also thoughts on Bo Nix playing with a fracture in his back during that game versus the Bills. I did not
That's
know
the
that.
first I heard of it. Yeah, shit. If that's true, that's crazy.
Yeah. Well, it probably didn't help. It probably didn't feel good on his back that the Bills continue to blow his back out.
Yeah, his team's back out. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but no, LOL. Why not Joe Brady for offensive coordinator? Well, I think if you hire a guy like Ben Johnson, for the Raiders, you don't necessarily need an offensive coordinator because the coach is going to be calling plays.
At that point, you'd have a guy who's like an ex-quarterbacks coach that you just label as offensive coordinator, but they probably they aren't calling the plays. So
you couldn't even see the yard markers in that snow game. Not sure how that snow game was allowed to continue. I mean, for me, it's fair game. Like, football is a game that's designed for the elements. I think it's fair game. I do see the argument for it's not, it's not, if it's not perfect conditions or if it's not good conditions, then maybe it should not be played there anymore. But I like the tradition of that. So yeah, we're gonna take the last couple comments here, and then we're gonna get out of here. What they did to Mike McCarthy is what the Bears basically did to Justin Fields. Yeah. Two more questions if time. One, Raiders, do you think that there was tampering involved with Rodgers and Adams for him to go to the Jets? And two, what's going on with the face mask calls without a flag?
Well, okay, number 2 first. I feel like there have been a lot of different types of penalties that have not been called, or there was like a new rule implemented this season that they just didn't do shit about, like hardly any penalties. What was it?
It was the hip drop.
Hip drop, dude. Nothing. Like, there have been multiple times where Joe Mixon should have been out for the season. They didn't even call a penalty on the play, and they were hip drops. And then as far as the Raiders one with tampering, I think players can talk to players. It's more of like coaches and owners. That's when the tampering happens, which actually, that's my one concern with Brady, is like, because he's a Fox, game analyst. It's like, if he does the wrong thing, if he says the wrong things, any given time that he's just doing his job, he could technically get hit with tampering. That's where my worries kind of go. But as far as the Rodgers and Adams, I don't think there was tampering. I think it was just probably two buddies texting each other and saying, "Hey, let's try to get this done here." And players can do that.
It's going to be all fun and games for the Raiders and Brady until the Raiders start losing draft picks because Brady is violating NFL rules. And oh man, the Raiders just lost their 5th round pick. Oh man, they just lost a 3rd. Oh man,
Well, okay, that's my first thought. I didn't say it on the pod, but like when we did the Josina Anderson tweet of like, oh, the Raiders were just kind of, they have 2 guys in mind, and their interest and availability is what was kind of holding up the Antonio Pierce firing. You know what that sounds like? That sounds like fucking tampering.
tampering.
Sounds like they talked to the people or their agents and said, "Hey, would he be interested?" "Yeah, he'd be interested." "All right, Antonio Pierce, you're fired." No, that sounds like tampering. So that was the first thing I thought, but I didn't say it. But I was just like, oh man, like, hey, Tom Brady's never been an owner before, so he needs to know what the rules are.
Mm-hmm. Last comment, or last 2 comments. Face mask calls are now like grounding, where the referees huddle up and discuss it and then throw the flag. I'm just so frustrated because it wasn't the Rams versus Vikings earlier. The Sam Darnold face mask. Yeah, I also thought it was weird that none of the officials saw that face mask, and then Stafford's like, "Hey, there was a face mask," and then Kyron Williams like, "Yeah, face mask," and then they huddle up. They never threw the flag, and then it's just personal foul, face mask, 15-yard penalty.
Yeah.
hip drop, and no coach has really tried to challenge the possession of a rule of catch too. I mean, Adams picked Carr over Rodgers to the Jets, and the rumors were forever.
Back when
And
he
the wide
chose to come to the Raiders.
And the wide receiver documentary on Netflix.
Yeah, Devontae is a fun topic at this point.
Yeah,
I appreciate his time, but yeah, at this point, it's just like I can only root for the best for him. Honestly, what I'd really love to see is if Rodgers retires, which I think he should, if Devontae went to the Saints with Carr. But I kind of doubt it. I think if anything,
that's assuming
Devontae,
Carr would stay with the Saints.
Yeah, which I think he will, but that depends on the coach, I guess. Like, they still have the same GM. That's the thing that he's got going for him right now. But he's already been asked about taking a pay cut, and he's like, no, I'm not doing that. Good for him. But I'd say Devontae should probably be ring chasing, so Charger.
So he's
if he
going
wants
to the
to stay
Chiefs.
if he wants to stay near home, like he talked about when he was with Vegas, Chargers would make sense. Or who was the other team we were saying? Oh, which team should go for T. Higgins? The Packers. He could go back to the Packers.
You can go to the Packers. You can go to, like you said, the Chargers. Yeah. Jody says, thank you guys so much. Jody, thank you so much for tuning in and sharing your thoughts. He's going to the Vikings, and Adams.
Jefferson.
Jefferson's not leaving the Vikings. There's no way.
If Justin Jefferson gets traded to the Jets, Josh, you can punch me a second time.
Jody says, mark my words, it's a Favre full circle. I have thought about that. He could make sense for the Vikings. Yes, please, LOL.
Devontae?
I'll take DK Metcalf too. No, not Devontae. Rodgers going to the Vikings.
Oh. I see it. But I just at that point it's like, why? Like, you already have McCarthy.
It could happen, but
honestly, Aaron Rodgers should go where he belongs, which is the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah. They definitely love their quarterbacks with Achilles issues.
Yeah.
They should sign Kirk Cousins too. They could be a trio.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be the best QB room in the league.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody who tuned in today. Jody for sharing comments. Mia San Mia, Leo Torres, Frank, Raider Nation, Anthony, Emiliano, Bebop, Jones, Josh, Sacramento Athletics, Pillaging Just for Fun. Man, we had a lot of comments today. Let's see. I know Joel was there earlier, and then Hit Stick Stepper, Matt. Mark and Nancy. Man, the numbers, Luis, my cousin Daniel. Man, we had a loaded stream today. It was a lot of fun. I think we might have broken our record for longest stream 2 weeks in a row.
I think last week's was still long. I swear it was 420.
Oh, well,
but still close.
You want to wait? No, I'm just kidding.
I don't. I need to sleep.
Yeah, but definitely, I appreciate you guys, and please consider liking and subscribing to the channel, and we will catch you guys next week, probably
Sunday.
I mean, we'll see Sunday or Monday. Maybe we'll post like a little announcement if you guys want to follow us on Twitter at silver_goldpod. But otherwise, just look out for an announcement or when the stream is going to be live. I hope everybody has a great night, and we'll catch you guys next week. Mike, any last words?
Go Ben Johnson.